I wish I could have been with you in person and this distinguished ministers, colleagues, participants of this dynamic coalition. I wish I could have been with you in person and could have benefited from the excellent networking that is going to take place at this session and the exchange of ideas. My name is Dorothy Gordon, and I am the chair of UNESCO's Information for All program. This is a program that has been dedicated for over 2 decades to actually ensuring that we inclusive and equitable knowledge societies. That means that we have a digital transformation that gives everyone the opportunity to actually gain distinguished ministers, colleagues, distinguished ministers, colleagues, participants of this dynamic coalition. I wish I could have been with you in person and could have benefited from the excellent
Good morning, everyone, and good morning to our participants and speakers online. My name is Maria Oliveira. I'm the director for partnerships and operational program monitoring, formerly, and now director for digital inclusion, digital policy, and digital transformation in the communication and information sector of UNESCO. We are waiting just 2 more minutes to make sure that everybody's connected, and then we'll start our session. So thank you very much for coming. And then, of course, I'll be honored to introduce our panelists and speakers. And so bear with us for 2 more minutes. Thank you. You guys get me. It was not muted. It was going to be in bit. Do you have any presentation that you would like to give them or anything? Or you going to... No, definitely don't. So I will ask a bit of or a bit of we say that so let's do a sound check for the online speakers. Who do we have? Do we have? Let's see. On site. I don't see Anya. We're supposed to have Anya still. We're waiting for Anya and Sandra. Kosi Amenesu, are you online?
Can you hear me, Marietta?
Karen, yes, I can hear you.
Yes.
It's very loud.
Okay.
We can hear you.
So I'm still waiting for the remote participant to connect. I've sent an email for them to connect right now to join us.
Okay.
Unfortunately, Sandra could not make it today.
Okay.
And the rest of the speakers, I will send another reminder for them
Okay.
to join right now.
All right. So let me cut, Sandra from the lineup.
Mm.
And so we had Minister Ubongo.
Yes.
And Minister Mushlenga.
Yes. So they're supposed to join remotely as well. I'll send a reminder as well.
Okay.
With the link.
Yes, I know.
I'll get back to you in a few.
It's been complicated, Okay. Kosia Menesu. And who is Captioner Ellen? We see Captioner Ellen online.
Hi, I am the closed captioner for this session.
Okay, great. And we have Komorowski.
Yes, indeed. Good morning.
Good morning. Hello. And Michael Serov. Did I pronounce it correctly? Serkov or Serov? Victoria. Okay. So we are looking for Anya. And if... Yeah, I mean, they're probably running because it's the last day. So if she joins, great. If not, then we'll skip. All right. So I think Karen, are we ready to start?
Please start. I'll just make sure to remind everyone remotely to attend. If they don't come, please just go with the people on site.
Okay. I think we need to squeeze on one more chair here. No. I mean, you are a panelist of honor. So we add another chair. Everybody. Great. All right. So we are ready on our side. So let's get the session rolling, and if the online panelist is still missing, will join us as when they are available. So good morning again. My name is Maria Elza Oliveira, Director of Digital Inclusion, Digital Policies and Digital Transformation, Communication and Information Sector of UNESCO. And I am very honored to be here today with a lineup of experts, incredible experts who have been contributing and enhancing our principles for an internet that is, really human rights based, open to all, accessible by all, multi-stakeholder led. And we going to discuss today how to take this framework forward and how to use this experience to contribute to the upcoming processes of the United Nations Global Digital Compact, the WSIS Plus 20 review that is coming up, and other important elements that of the digital agenda of the United Nations. So before we start, it's my great honor, not before we start, as a first part of our presentation today, let me ask for the technical support to give us the video message from Dr. Taufik Jelassi, who is the Assistant Director General for Communication and Information in UNESCO, who is going to give us his remarks. He wished to be here with us, but unfortunately he had to leave because he had other appointments in Paris, but he left us a video message to roll. So please.
Distinguished ministers, colleagues, participants of this dynamic coalition, I wish I could have been with you in person and could have benefited from the excellent networking that is going to take place at this session and the exchange of ideas. My name is Dorothy Gordon, and I am the chair of UNESCO's Information for All program. This is a program that has been dedicated for over 2 decades to actually ensuring that we have inclusive and equitable knowledge societies. That means that we have a digital transformation that gives everyone the opportunity to actually gain from these developments in technology, and that we avoid some of the potential pitfalls. And our focus is, of course, on humanistic internet and digital development. We need to be sure that governments have got the tools to develop the policy instruments that will bring this about. And we believe that the Romex indicators are one of the best tools that we have at present to achieve this. And the dynamic coalition working together is another of the tools that links to Romex but has its own value in its own right through the sharing of best practice. And I believe that together we are going to create the kind of future that we actually want. I want to talk a little bit about what has been happening recently. We have found that the take-up of Romex has been very enthusiastic. In just a short time, we have over 44 countries that have already produced national reports. And these are fascinating. We realize that in many cases, when new things are introduced, new vulnerabilities are introduced. And while some of the reports highlight these vulnerabilities, they also highlight the kind of things that we need to do to fix this. And I want to highlight the fact that despite much talk, there is still not enough attention being paid to people living with disability in the digital age and how to make sure our solutions are inclusive for them. We need more work on children as well, and the aged, rural, women. I could mention so many that the RomeX reports really allow us to appreciate. And the other thing, I think, is while we see that there are gaps, And for instance, we see major gaps in terms of data. We also see that through this wonderful experience of creating the national reports in 44 countries, we have actually been able to identify inspiring best practice that can now be shared among partners such as you, and which can also be taken up by partners to actually leverage and gain momentum. It's been an extremely positive experience to be associated with the Internet Universality Indicators and the ROMX. And at IFAP, we see this as fundamental to our work. We look forward to an even stronger partnership and to working with all of you as part of the Dynamic Coalition. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That was the Dorothy Gordon, the chair of the Information for All program, who has been one of the biggest contributors and champions of the Internet Universality ROMX framework. So let me now give you the words of Taufik, who wished to be with us today, but unfortunately was unable to. So on behalf of Taufik, dear colleagues and partners, I'm really delighted to address you here today at the Dynamic Coalition on ROMX, opening this year's at the Internet Governance Forum, the 17th Internet Governance Forum. And just as an aside, you know, the Dynamic Coalition is certainly one of the big dynamic coalition under the IGF, and we have this tradition of always making sure that we bring together the partners to ensure that we harvest the experiences and the learnings that we had throughout the year as part of the process, and trace the way forward. So going back to topics. For a long time, UNESCO has advocated for a universal and humanistic internet. And indeed, it's been at least from 2015, when our General Conference endorsed the Internet Universality Rome Principles, which calls for an internet that is human rights based, with the R, O, open, A, accessible, M, multi-stakeholder governed, and with the X also for the cross-cutting elements, including protection, support to women, gender equality, and safety of children, and other important elements of ensuring that the internet really is inclusive and safe for everyone. In keeping with the overarching theme of the IGF 2022, Resilient Internet for a Shared, Sustainable and Common Future, the Dynamic Coalition on ROMX Indicators serves as a shared space for in-depth reflection and for synergizing actions on internet policies. It helps with consultations, development and adoptions of the Global Digital Compact. As presented in the Zero event on Monday, the ROMX indicators have been initiated at the national level now in 44 countries, and I'm really happy to say that 17 of those are from Africa, but also we're covering all 5 continents of the world, and as well as countries from the developing and the developed communities. So this fast application and a take of the Internet Universality really shows that the universal relevance of the ROMX framework and the principles and its indicators to really chart the future, to take a stock of our national internet ecosystems in the global north and the global south, and to chart the future for that, because the point of the internet national assessments, Internet Universality national assessments, is to really examine them to derive recommendations on ways to go forward. So I really would like to particularly congratulate Minister Ibongo, Minister of Posts and Telecommunications in the Republic of Congo, on the recent national assessment launch. We are very pleased to welcome Congo to the Republic of Congo to our community. During the kickoff event, the minister stated that ROMX indicators have great potential for the protection of human rights online and offline, including the support of vulnerable communities and sustainable development. So really, we cannot agree more on that. Through the ROMX, UNESCO assists all member states and stakeholders in identifying digital gaps and making solid recommendations for guiding humanistic digital transformation around the world. Je tiens, and now I'm going to switch a little bit to French, just a little bit, for one little phrase, paragraph. Je tiens tout particulièrement à féliciter M. Juste Léon Ubongo, ministre des Postes et Télécommunications de la République du Congo, pour la récente lancement de l'évaluation nationale. Lors du lancement, le ministre a souligné que les indicateurs ROMAX ont un grand potentiel pour la protection des droits des hommes en ligne et hors ligne, y compris le soutien des communautés vulnérables et de développement durable. So, back to English now. These national assessments and emerging policy recommendations have attracted high-level attention and support in many countries and from many partner organizations that have been working very closely with us to take them forward. In Benin, the ROMAX assessment received support from the country's president directly. We are very proud of that. In Senegal, the assessment has facilitated the implementation of their 2025 digital strategy and high-level national plan. The National Council for the Protection of Personal Data in Brazil was created after the assessment. In Germany, the assessment results were presented to the parliament. During the time of uncertainties and crisis, coupled with rapid technological development, the world needs a rights-based, inclusive, and sustainable internet environment more than ever before. For this reason, UNESCO reaffirms its continued action to support the global stakeholders. On Tuesday, we held 2 meetings with experts to take training and capacity building modules and think about how to update ROMAX indicators to keep up with the fast charging and changing digital ecosystem. We will have a little bit of a view of the outcomes of those meetings. We are also launching the Rome Interactive Map, which shows updates and progress in all the countries where the assessment is progressing. This is to monitor the progress of the ROMAX projects around the globe and to allow member states and global stakeholders to learn from the national experiences at various stages of uptake. And finally, UNESCO seeks to improve the dynamic coalition to meet the growing needs to scale up the Rome assessments in more countries, particularly in Africa, in order to support the achievement of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. With this, I wish you a very fruitful discussion and go back to our experts here. So let's start with calling our first. Yes. So now I'd like to give the word to Simon so that he presents the ROMAX framework to our participants.
Okay, sorry. Can I have my PowerPoint, please? Thank you. So I used to work for UNESCO Statistics, and I'm supporting about half a dozen countries in the IUI implementation at the moment. Shan Hong Hu, who's Paris in charge for the program, I'm afraid she's had to leave. Essentially, as you've heard, the ROMAX is a holistic ecosystem approach to the internet, involving both qualitative and quantitative assessment, and also looking very much towards policy development. So it's very much starting from concrete indicators, but moving to very much an overall view as to where countries are and where they might move towards. Next, please. So the core of the assessment is the ROMAX dimensions, and under each dimension category, you can see the specific sub-areas that are examined. So R is rights, O, openness, A, access, M, multi-stakeholder participation, that everybody in this room should be familiar with since you're here, and X, cross-cutting, and that covers elements particularly gender, children, sustainability, and a couple of other dimensions. Each of the indicators is in the form of a question, and the countries are asked to respond to the question. And responding, as I said, to the question, sometimes it may involve quantitative data, percentage of users by age, by sex, whatever. And sometimes it's qualitative, like what is businesses' perception of the working environment or the difficulties of starting up a business online. There are a lot of indicators, 300, which sounds a bit scary to start with, but actually there's 100 core indicators. So the 100 core indicators provide the base level, and as I said, some of these are simply asking for a statement rather than an extremely detailed analysis. But this builds up into this broader pattern. Next, please. So this is a sense of the kind of recommendations that are coming out of these this framework. So we have questions about new legal instruments that might be introduced, gaps, problems in infrastructure. So, for example, obviously taking infrastructure to remote areas, open solutions, particularly open government and e-government, and how not only accessible, but how user-friendly those are. Cybersecurity issues, which there's been so much talk about again here, and I don't really need to go into. Next, please. So a quick map of all the countries involved. As Mariota has said, all kinds of countries are there, from Germany, from Brazil, who's present here, who was the pilot country, if you like, to smaller African countries. Kenya has completed the assessment, and we have several in West Africa, some of which are unfortunately covered by the label, but you can see on the list. Next, please. Okay, so then moving on to the impacts. So already, since several countries have completed the assessment, you can see the kinds of impacts that are there, which are obviously linked to some of the recommendations we've seen earlier. I just pick out Thailand in terms of adoption of net neutrality principle, but there's a wide range of different impacts which are still ongoing. Next, please. So the IUI is based definitively not only in the dimension of the indicators themselves about multi-stakeholder work and the dynamic coalitions, but has been put through many partnerships at the international level and at the national level. And again, some examples here. So it is not just a UNESCO, it is an initiative of the countries concerned. And Mariota has outlined the commitment of Congo to pursuing this. But that UNESCO facilitates this and helps bring together the partners concerned. Next, please. In such a situation as well, there's been a lot of interest in really of countries being able to find out where other countries stand in this whole process. So UNESCO is introducing an interactive map which will allow anybody to see where countries are in the development of the project, and which will allow, again, more sharing of information across the different projects that are going forwards. Next, thank you. So again, we've had one expert meeting this week. It's very early in the process. We're beginning to discuss how the indicators can keep up with the ever-changing world of the internet and ICTs and so forth. We will probably consider reducing the indicators in some area, but we will also consider adding new elements in. But again, that has to be taken forward in discussion with countries concerned, in discussion with partners, and in alignment with UNESCO and other international organizations' ideas. Next. Finally, just these are the names and contacts of the main sources and the main people who are helping in the implementation. But you will find out more from pretty much everybody at this table, and probably, I suspect, other people in the room who have been involved in different places. And this is also the focus of our discussion this morning. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Simon. Simon Ellis has been, a driving force, towards the implementation of the ROMAX framework, the design and the thinking through and the implementation of the ROMAX framework in all 44 countries that we are currently working with, as well as to thinking about the future. And so this presentation really gives us a kind of an overview of what the principles are, but it doesn't stay at the level of principles. The great contribution that the ROMAX makes is that it goes from the principles to taking a very detailed picture using the indicators framework, so that we can then make recommendations. And some of the impact has been already, extraordinary, even in countries that have not yet completed the national assessments, because just the process of formation of, for example, the multi-stakeholder advisory board already, is a step forward in the way that internet is governed and managed in the countries. So with that, thank you very much, Simon, for your excellent presentation. And let's now go to our speakers list. The first speaker would be online. It would be Minister Ubongo. Is Minister Ubongo, from the Republic of Congo? Is he online? Is he available? Hello, colleagues online?
No, it's not yet online. So please go forward with the people on site. I will signal you when it's online.
Great, thank you very much.
No
Okay,
problem.
so let's then go through to the colleagues on site. And I would like to invite Anya Genko from the IGF Secretariat, who is the IGF coordinator for the NRIs, the national networks, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Marielza, and good morning to everyone. It's a pleasure to be together with all the panelists and on these excellent sessions. I remember last year we also spoke in Poland at the IGF 2021 about this topic, and I am curious to learn what has changed since then. But I know when we met in Poland, we spoke a lot about principles and a lot about values. And I assume a year after, it's time to speak about those agreed and adopted values and principles being translated into real life and into practice. And I think that's probably our next challenge. On a paper, we're doing well, but the question is, how are we doing when it comes about real life and how pragmatical we are? As you can see, in the past year, much has changed, and the internet has been challenged on so many levels, including its policy and its robustness. And principles and values have never been more important to be enforced and to be implemented. In that sense, I think that brings us to the question of process and procedures. How are we implementing? Marielza and Simon mentioned about the assessment, which is a form of implementation. The assessment is happening at the national levels, and the question is, who is doing the assessment? I think when you're dealing with the internet that's so complex just as a network by its core, then I think the nature dictates a multi-stakeholder assessment as well. And in that sense, I'm very glad that this dynamic coalition exists, first of all, as a multi-stakeholder network, and that the assessment on several levels is done through a multi-stakeholder lenses. I know that for a fact because I work for years with the national and regional IGFs, who are by their nature multi-stakeholder. And I know that the stakeholders who are gathered around the NRIs were also doing the assessment. It is really critical at the local level to understand what multi-stakeholder community thinks about these principles and how do they see it applied on their real life before the assessment goes on a paper for the original authors to understand whether the principles and values indeed correspond to what we see in real life, or we have gaps to close. And finally, what I would like to say is that the idea of these principles and of the assessment must be implemented at horizontal levels. I think that's really critical, which means must be with people, because the internet is used by people essentially, and all the companies, all the institutions and organizations dealing with internet-related tools and services are doing it and delivering it for all the people. And in that sense, through the NRIs, I would certainly advocate as the NRI's focal point that that we use the momentum and the benefit of existence of 155 NRIs to go and join those processes and to understand through multi-stakeholder discussions how is the implementation of principles seen in practice, whether it is seen at all, because I have a fear that we still have low awareness when it comes about certain areas of the world. From the perspective of the IGF, the awareness certainly is an issue with certain parts of the world, and I think we need to enforce our cooperation with the regional processes, because there are our green cards to reach the weak and missing voices in our ecosystem and ensure that we have an audience that is really relevant to the implementation of something that we want to see implemented on a global scale. Thank you.
Thank you, Anya. This is, those are really important observations. The multi-stakeholder process that is exemplified actually by the IGF itself is critical to the development of the national assessments, and those two processes learn and feed from each other. So there's plenty of synergy, and this is what one of the points that Anya was pointing out, that we have the NRIs, that we have 155 NRIs ongoing, plus the fact that we have regional processes as well. And those are mechanisms that could be really synergized and brought together to raise awareness, to better examine the internet ecosystems in the various places, and we can offer the Rome framework as a mechanism for this kind of depth of understanding. So thank you very much for your thoughtful remarks. And let me just say that we are very, very grateful always to the IGF Secretariat, which is the host of the Dynamic Coalition, the home of the Dynamic Coalition on Internet Universality. So thank you for all the support that you give us every year and since the beginning. So thank you. Let me now go to the next speaker on site, so that we leave more time for the remote participants to join. And I'd like to pass the word to, let me see if I'm pronouncing it correctly. Please, let me know. Damilare Oyedele. Oyedele. Okay, great. Fantastic. Mr. Oyedele is co-founder and chief executive of the Library Aid Africa, and is here, representing also Stephen Weiber from IFLA. So please, the floor is yours, sir. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much. My name is Damilare Oyedele, and I'm happy to be here. So, libraries by nature have always been a space for access to information and knowledge for all, be it physical space or e-library platforms. However, as our community evolves, so the library needs of the community changes. And this has propelled libraries over time in all walks of life to consistently improve service delivery. I will deliver my points on the Rome shared principles, which is human rights, based, open, accessible by everyone, and nurtured by multi-stakeholder participation and governance. Human rights based, it appears that the principles rely heavily on human rights, and human rights being open access to information being human rights. What are libraries doing in this context? Libraries as repositories of humanities knowledge has provided equitable access to information for all. In context of human rights, in 2021, the International Federation of Library Association Institutions, IFLA, submitted a response to the Office of the Human Rights Commission for Council. It outlined how meaningful access to information is an essential aspect of development, okay? And it pointed to two major areas. The first one is civil and political right. And right to expression and the freedom to seek, acquire, and impart information are closely linked to information access. And access to information maintained by public agencies, in particularly, facilitate openness, accountability, and participatory decision-making processes and in governance. As a result, people's rights to participate in governance may be strengthened through this process. And the second point it reiterated is about economic, social, and cultural rights, as to which access to information is critical to a variety of social, economic, and cultural rights. The rights to health is one such of the topic. The World Health Organization Director General, Dr. Tedros, stated that the right to health also means that everyone should be allowed to control over their own health and body, including access to sexual and reproductive information and services. And more so, access to specific sort of information, content, and materials is also critical to fulfill the rights of education. According to a UNESCO publication, it states that schools are not accessible unless they have adequate educational materials, okay? And the importance of access to information and materials from varieties of national and international sources, particularly those aimed at promoting social, spiritual, and moral well-being, all right? And this connotes that measures taken to improve meaningful access to information can support a wide range of rights, from education to right to health and right in governance. As we progress, what can libraries do further to propel progress to strengthen digital ecosystems through these shared principles? So the context I had earlier mentioned and the introduction of libraries in providing access to information for all emphasize more on how libraries are essential to knowledge access, both physical and in-person, and how this is very integral to the Rome principle. Now, where do we see progress going and how libraries can further contribute meaningfully to further human rights, open, accessible to everyone, and multi-stakeholder participation? To achieve this, it aligns with the submission made by IFLR to the Human Rights Council, and it's outlined two major levels which you can approach this to work. The first one is at the international level, okay, and it reiterated the need for digital inclusion as one of the essential elements of meaningful access to information, which is why international collaboration to ensure successful connection, access to affordability, digital skills, and relevant materials in libraries are very crucial. And in addition to that, access to relevant content is also critical to ensure that enabling intellectual property regime, effective cross-border copyright frameworks, an exception for libraries. This will facilitate equitable access to key materials, knowledge, and information that help deliver on human rights. For example, the utilization of cultural heritage, access to educational materials, among others. And more importantly, the Marrakesh Treaty offers a model of an international mechanism that facilitates access to key contents for people with print disabilities to have access to materials. And the second level which it mentioned is the national level. The national level, numerous actions can be done to improve digital inclusion, connectivity access through libraries, and also reiterating the importance of universal service fund to support public internet access. Okay, and progressively, in 2020, the IFLA Library Pledge for Digital Inclusion, for example, encourages libraries to leverage their infrastructure, resources, and competencies to support low or no-cost access to internet and ICT content and digital skills building. So in conclusion, libraries since inception, from picture writing to the papyrus to parchments in ancient Alexandria to clay tablets by the Sumerians, and when Gutenberg introduced printing on paper and now digital access, libraries have always been at the forefront of equitable access to information for all, right? And as we progress from here, the call to action to further foster strength digital ecosystems through shared principles are in four major areas are segregated to libraries. We should boost the focus on content and ensuring that there is support for libraries to put their connections and resources online and to give access to them, including remotely. Number two, active engagement at international, national, local level. Libraries should be more involved in implementations of Internet universality indicators. Agencies and organizations involved in making the Internet universal should involve libraries in planning and implementation. And number three, libraries as communities and hubs to co-create, share, and provide information. And lastly, it is essential that we fast-track libraries' infrastructure, capacity, and resources to strengthen digital ecosystems through shared principles. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Oyedele. Those are very thoughtful and important remarks. IFLA, which is the International Federation of Libraries and Archives, is a long-term, long-time partner of UNESCO. Since the very beginning, it's been an NGO that is in partnership with UNESCO and in contact with UNESCO. Recently, we launched a manifesto that calls exactly attention to the importance of libraries and the importance of libraries to communities to bringing meaningful access to information for all in the areas that they cover, and this meaningful access is really at the core of what the Roma framework is. It's looking at the different aspects of inclusion on the digital ecosystems and participation in digital ecosystems based on a human rights framework. So that's exactly the same thing that libraries do. So it's always a pleasure to hear from them. So I'd like to just highlight that phrase that you said. Libraries are key to share access to information. We share that with us, and they should be involved in their own assessment. So that's essentially an invitation also to IFLA representation in various countries to engage in the multi-stakeholder advisory boards and be part of the groups that that constructs the national assessments and the picture going forward. So thank you very much for that. Let me now turn to Fabio Senne from CETIC. CETIC is the Regional Center for the Studies on the Development of the Information Society, a Category 2 center under the auspices of UNESCO, which has been key to the development of the Roma framework, as well as the first, the analytic group behind the first national assessment that was published in Brazil. So, and Fabio is the lead coordinator for the technical team, the substantive team that does this analysis. So Fabio, please, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. Thank you, Marielza. Thank you all for the invitation. Well, taking on the idea of this debate, I would like to stress a few words on the lessons learned in the case of Brazil, and of course, how do we think that we can move from principles to practices, which is I think is the main issue that we are all discussing here. I will share my screen here so that you, I don't know if it works. Can you share it for me? Yeah, no, it's okay. Thank you. So, first of all, I think if I may make one contribution to the discussion, I think it will be the strength of the multi-stakeholder perspective from this. And this is not just in terms of implementing the assessment, which you already saw that it's a whole multi-stakeholder perspective, but also in transforming the results into practices. So how the relevance of having a multi-stakeholder perspective in the country. So in the case of Brazil, we might say that we have a very strong multi-stakeholder model for internet governance that comes even before the discussion of the ROMEX situation. So this is organized through the CGI, which is the Brazilian Internet Steering Committee, that it exists since the mid-90s, but was defined in this way since 2005. And which is a multi-stakeholder model where government, private sector, scientific community, and non-government organizations come together in a forum to define and to have an open and participatory dialogue on internet issues. So all the decisions are made in this group by consensus. So it's a very strong process of debate and coordination of strategic issues about the digital technology in the country. So this also creates a model that is also sustainable in a sense that it exists permanently. It continues to exist even when it changed government, so it's a very sustainable way, and they have a financial and resources that are inverted in this multi-stakeholder debate in the country. So this model of internet governance has already provided some good examples of implementation and successful support to the policies, such as the creation of Brazilian civil rights framework for the internet, the Marco Civil, which was voted in 2012, and it was based on the debate constructed by the CGI.br. And this model was also recognized recently by OECD and a national assessment of Brazilian digital policies, and recognized it as a reference in the world for the issues of governance. So, first of all, having a permanent way of implementing multi-stakeholder debate on the internet is crucial to make it happen and to make things work. And within this model, CETIC was created in 2005 as a research center based in the model of the CGI.br, dedicated especially to implementing survey and research on the access and use of internet. And by 2012, we became a UNESCO Category 2 center to support other countries, especially in Latin America and Portuguese, African Portuguese-speaking countries. So this is why we participate in the ROMAX process since the beginning, since the approval of the principles, and then piloting the initiative in Brazil, in launching our first report in 2019, and also supporting other countries in the region and around the world in terms of this implementation. So, and all this implementation was connected to CGI in a sense that all the multi-stakeholder group actively participate and review our strategies so that they can be more connected with the assessments and the results. And finally, just to show a little bit how we envision the idea of having a data ecosystem that is also a multi-stakeholder data ecosystem. This is very relevant for this type of project. Nowadays, data cannot be itself anymore data coming from official governments or official statistical offices. So nowadays we have data coming from private data companies, from different types of agencies, from civil society, and now the use of this data is also multi-stakeholders. So not just the availability of data depends on the multi-stakeholder coalition, but also the use and making policies with this data depends on that. Of projects, what we believe is that the multi-stakeholderism, it has to be part of the whole process. So in the beginning of the process, in the planning phase, we have meetings of our multi-stakeholder group, and then we come back with the results and discuss why is that, how can we develop better recommendations from this data. So in our process, we do believe that multi-stakeholderism is key, not just for implementing the process, but also for making it useful and making it being used for the policy in the country. So this is my contribution today. I hope you can discuss more about this.
Fabio, thank you very much. CETIC, as you saw from his presentation, the Category 2 Center under the auspices of UNESCO has been involved in from the very beginning with the Rome, and the important element is that it really was centered in a multi-stakeholder process that it already existed in Brazil, but it was, as Fabio highlighted, essential to really not only ensure that all the voices were present in the assessment so that we can actually derive as much concrete elements for recommendations and for partnership going forward in order to implement changes needed, but also that it was a good and important provider of data also that contribute to this assessment, so that multi-stakeholder element of the national assessments has these two important elements. It's a process in itself that enables the voices and the contributions and insights to really being reached as much as possible, but also when you see with the data collaboration that results from that. So thank you very much to Fabio for his contributions. Now let me turn to David Suter, who is international advisor, who is here with us, and also, you know, is we call him one of the fathers of the ROMEX framework, you know, and has been also, you know, a major contributor to the thinking, you know, behind this framework. So it's always a pleasure to give him the word. So thank you.
So thank you, Elsa. I was asked to say something about how the ROMEX framework might be used in the broader context of the Global Digital Compact and that kind of analysis. So I'll focus on that, which takes the issues a bit broader than what's been said so far. And I think my starting point for anything to do with digital development is actually that the purpose of digital development is not digital development. Its purpose is about the improvements in policy and practice that will facilitate human development goals, and for practical purposes in the UN system, that means the Sustainable Development Goals that were agreed in 2015. It has relationship to a number of the sort of founding documents that we use within this Internet Forum kind of world. So in the World Summit context, it is about people-centered, inclusive, and development-oriented information society. I think it refers also to the concept of common good, which is in the Secretary General's language around the Global Digital Compact. And in the work that I've done for the Commission on Science and Technology for Development, I talk about shaping the digital society in three contexts. That is, preserving what we value, promoting what we want, and preventing what we fear. So that's a starting point, in my view, for thinking about how a framework like the ROMEX framework, which is concerned with digital development, should apply to the broader context of something like the GDC. It requires three things that I think are at the root of the IUI process. So the first of those is a strong evidence base that enables us to identify not just what is happening today, but also the likely changes that are going to occur over the next few years in the digital context itself, but also in human behavior, in business development, and so forth. And the second is a recognition that digitalization plays into complex existing social, economic, and political structures. So it doesn't eliminate power structures within society, but it alters them. And so in order to understand the context, we need to take a holistic and comprehensive view, both of digitalization and of its interactions with the rest of society. And I think the third point is a willingness to base policy changes and practical interventions on a clear-headed and thorough, I particularly say thorough, analysis of the evidence base and the potential impacts and the things that we wish to see and things that we do not wish to see, rather than relying on aspirations or assumptions or beliefs about what might happen. So there's a real need to analyze likely impacts, and in particular both opportunities and risks, and think through the unexpected. So the ROMEX framework, I think, offers an analytical framework which is useful not just in our existing context, but for formats like the Global Digital Compact. Because it addresses those three points. I'd say also that the structure that's adopted for it in a particular country is particularly important, and the Brazilian example is useful here. It's important that the research team is independent of any major player, including the government. So this is not an exercise in promoting a country. It's an exercise in identifying things that can improve a country. I think it's important to ensure inclusion, and I would go beyond multi-stakeholder here, because I think it's important to have a plurality of political perspectives within the analytical grouping. And it's important also to be sure that those who are normally not represented in decision-making structures are represented in this one, so that the voices of marginalized communities are heard in their own terms and not through an intermediary. And it's important to be deliberative, to take the time to analyze things properly rather than cutting corners, to start from a position of skepticism rather than a position of faith, and to be prepared to develop views and change views. Just to go quickly to the, and briefly, last two aspects of the RomeX framework, which I think are especially potentially valuable. Say, as a point of perhaps a criticism of myself and colleagues at the time we developed it, there was a lot of pressure from the consultation process to add indicators, and we, I think, probably did end up with rather more indicators than we needed to have. So we responded a bit too generously, perhaps. However, for thinking about them now, and for thinking about the Global Digital Compact in particular, I would emphasize the themes. So on the slide, one of the slides that Simon showed earlier, there were 5 categories, the RomeX categories, and there were, under each of those categories, there were up to 5 themes. And the analytical framework should really be about what is happening in each of those themes. The indicators help to give the evidence that enables that thematic analysis to take place. I think it's the RomeX framework is particularly useful in including qualitative as well as quantitative approaches. A lot of measurement of progress is made on gross numbers, gross quantitative numbers, and they tend to emphasize the impact on the average rather than the impact on the most vulnerable, for example. There's an emphasis on disaggregation too, and I think that that is a valuable element to move forward into the Global Digital Compact. That is, we're not talking about the population as a whole only, we're talking about the population in its different segments, and there are other documents that I think are valuable as partners to the IUIs here, such as the General Comment 25 for the Children's Rights Convention. And 2 final points. I think the RomeX analysis process does enable us to take account of the fact that digitalization is changing rapidly, and that monitoring and analysis needs to replicate that change. And I think to accept as an underlying principle, perhaps this goes back to what I said at the start, that more digitalization is not the same as better digitalization, and that better digitalization can mean less digitalization. In other words, what matters here is the human development outcomes. So we should not be looking at whether there is growth in digitalization. We should be looking at whether digitalization is delivering in terms of human, social, and economic development. Stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. And those are incredibly important remarks. I particularly like to highlight the elements that you put, that the purpose of, this entire process is, to shape digital societies. And I like the three elements that you mentioned, the preserving what we value, promoting what we want, and preventing what we fear, because those are exactly the kinds of discussions that we've been having here. And I think that the experience, that the way that you distill the experience of the Rome principles and how they can contribute to the digital compact was particularly insightful. When you mentioned important elements that the next wave of the next group of principles for the internet should be capturing. That we should be looking at this complexity in society, not only in terms of the digital side, but in terms of how it plays within the more complex economic, social, political, environmental elements, and how we really need to emphasize how digitalization actually interplays with those and how it affects those, so that we're not really looking at it in terms of how fast or how much more we are digitalizing, but in terms of how we are really transforming digitalization into improvements in people's lives in all those aspects. So this is a really valuable contribution. and the fact that we have a monitoring framework to really examine and measure that, even though our framework have been maybe ambitious, with the 303 indicators, but we really need to be looking at how to measure the transformation under each of the themes of or principles that we are looking at. So thank you very much for those contributions. Very important. I'd like to now turn to our speakers online. So let's please project the screen and see, Karen, could you give us a rundown of the colleagues that have been that are logged in? Do we see Dr. Peya Mushelenga?
Unfortunately, we don't have any speakers online connected. I think a lot of them are encountering technical issues, which enable them to connect. So I think now we should do maybe a Q&A.
Yes, okay. So let's go back to the Q&A. So now we actually have then the opportunity to open the floor to the room and give you the opportunity to ask questions. We also may receive some questions from some of the online participants. So please, let's see if the room has questions that if anybody would like to raise one. Yes, please, sir. Let me. Yes.
Okay, thank you. First, I thank you for your nice discussions, actually. Okay, I'm Hatef Rasuli from Iran in private sector. I have two brief questions. The first question is about the ROM actually framework. I want to know what this framework actually stands for. I mean, these are a lot of frameworks for assessing cyberspace in different aspects. For example, cyber capacity building frameworks or cyber readiness assessment or cyber maturity model assessment. What's the competitive advantage of the ROM framework in compare of other frameworks? This is the first question. And the second one is about the ROM framework usage. As we know, these are lots of factors and indicators which are used in this framework in different aspects. For example, rights, security, and etc. How the countries should contextualize and customize these indicators for the usage. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your questions. Let's collect a few other questions, please. Sorry, yes. Then we go back to the experts to answer. Thanks.
Hi, sort of looking at what ROMEX as a framework is putting forward and trying to get feedback from countries, it sort of strikes me that the US is, or not just the US, various countries have signed on to it, but certainly was a US-initiated initiative for this future vision of the internet and so on. And I'm just wondering whether there's a certain degree of risk of if the Americans are going to be a bit boneheaded and run ahead of the pack on some of these things, that the ROMEX framework could sort of just become a purely academic exercise. And the second thing that I'm just sort of wondering is, the R in ROMEX is rights, and rights centricism is there. I'm not disputing that. But one thing that I'm not seeing in any of the discourse is the importance of the rule of law. That just does not, and I don't understand how we can, anticipate that any of the metrics that we would regard as good shared principles can survive if rule of law is not in there. I think without the rule of law, we have nothing. So I'm just wondering whether it's a case of it's presumed or whether it's a case of its absence is an oversight. Thank you.
Could you introduce yourself?
Paul. Paul from South Africa.
South Africa.
Private sector.
Okay. Thank you. There was another hand raised. Please, thank you.
Thank you so much. Balaba Peter is my name. I'm a librarian from Uganda. From your presentation, it appears like our sister neighboring countries, Kenya, Tanzania, have already completed their assessment. What about Uganda? The last question is about the impact, because if ROMX is targeting targeting the rural poor communities, we want to see the end results of this. Is there any time frame for this?
Thank you very much. Let's cut the questions here for a moment. We will go back if we have more time, but we have already a collection of questions, so let's go back to the experts to answer some of those. Just in summary, we have a question: what is the comparative advantage of the Rome framework vis-a-vis other measurements on X-rays, let's say, of the digital ecosystems? How do we contextualize and use that at national level? A question on the future of the internet and how does that, and the rule of law, how does that feature into the framework? This very quick, question: where does Uganda stand on the measurement, and what is the impact, and how do we look at whether it, since it's targeting communities, it has really reached that kind of effect. So I would like to turn to perhaps David, Fabio, Simon.
Okay. I'll start, and I think then David will certainly add to it. Okay, localization and the question for Iran about the overall objectives and the framework. I mean, I think that particularly is the point that David has already talked about. It is really to take that holistic view. So it's very much a center of where a country is from the country's point of view, but in a multi-stakeholder fashion. And then to as David suggested, if you like, a baseline for saying, well, then where do we go next? And from the indicators also comes out some sort of trends as well, both in the sense of numbers, but also in the sense of qualitative, from views from business, views from civil society, views from government, and as in the usual multi-stakeholder process, the framework will try and bring those views together. And in some cases they'll come together, but in some cases they won't. And it's not trying to force a single result and a single recommendation. And it's not, as I said in my presentation, it's not something that is controlled by UNESCO, it's something that's facilitated. And it's not really controlled by anybody, it's controlled by a multi-stakeholder committee. That's the idea. But that committee should be multi-stakeholder. It should involve all sectors and all interests. Quickly on the rule of law, as you've seen, the rights category is substantially, and when you read the reports, is substantially about that, what is the institutional structure, but also, most importantly, it is evidence as to whether that institutional structure is implemented, and the good things and the bad things with that. And we see that with issues of fake news and hate speech and all those kinds of interests. So when we're looking for that institutional basis and other institutional gaps, but we're also looking to see how those rules and framework might be implemented. Lastly, from Uganda, I'm not aware of any proposal that UNESCO has received from Uganda yet. What tends to happen is that either through, Marielso is probably better placed to respond, but through an institution in Uganda, a proposal reaches UNESCO. UNESCO will then talk to the appropriate member state contacts, and a process will be then identified for putting that in place, which will involve an implementing partner. Implementing partners tend to be not governmental, but some form of institution which can balance these views and organize the multi-stakeholder committee, which at least meets at least twice in process and often more than that. And obviously key stakeholder interviews are involved as well. And that then refers to the place of the local rural communities. The third dimension on access in particular, a lot of what comes out from a project is this sense, and even in advanced communities, for example, from the German report, where we would imagine that everybody has access, they identified particular gaps in access for the older age groups and then for the disabled. So even in one of the most advanced countries in the world, let's say, these gaps of access and exist. And clearly, in the country I've had most of, in Thailand, certain geographical areas and certain rural communities exist. And that becomes then one of the center pieces for possible recommendations. So I'll stop there and see if David or somebody else wants to add.
Thank you. David, please, would you like to comment?
Yeah, a few things. So when my colleague Andrew van der Spee and I were designing the structure for this 6 years ago, we deliberately put policy, legal and regulatory frameworks at the start of each of the categories because we wanted to have a focus on that institutional and legal framework. And so that is where, in a sense, the rule of law should really be located in the thinking around this. The other thing I'd say about the rights is that there is, it's not in my view as strong as it ought to be, but there is a section within this on economic, social and cultural rights, which are sometimes underplayed, well, actually very often underplayed when thinking about the impact of the internet. And I would personally like to see that reinforced as these are developed, as the indicators are developed. In terms of other models, other frameworks, so the colleague from Iran who was asking about, I mean, I think the distinction that I would say here is that this is not this is deliberately set up as something that is not a competition. There's not a ranking of countries that emerges from this, and that is actually what really rather often happens with these other frameworks, that governments in particular, but other stakeholders see it as an opportunity to say how good we are, or look how bad we are, or whatever. So it's not for that purpose. It's for you to do something that's more in depth and identify issues that are priorities for change or development in the country. It might be worth Fabio saying something about Brazilian experience with this.
Thanks. Thank you very. Oh, sorry. Yeah, let me just pass the word to Anya so that all the colleagues can.
I want to briefly reflect on Paul's question. I don't know if you're a lawyer. It sounds like you are a good lawyer by the nature of your question. I think you are very much right, because what David said, the Romex principles do refer to frameworks, right, to documents and so on. But you ask a very critical question, because the rule of law goes beyond that. It's also about enforcement, about implementation, about sanctions. And it's also about procedures. And I think nothing has challenged our traditional, conservative, set procedures as the internet and digital technologies. I'll give two examples. One example, right to be de-indexed, the question of jurisdiction. Another example is collection of evidence. For example, you know that if you are accused, if there is an allegation that you did something, you certainly go to an investigating authority to be questioned there or to testify and so on. But we saw examples where the leaders of the biggest tech companies were speaking in front of the legislative bodies. That's a new thing to all of us looking conservatively into legal frameworks and procedures. And I think in terms of the application of rule of law, it certainly stands as such. But I think we're really learning by doing as our technologies are developing. And I think new mechanisms will certainly be seen in a very near future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Fabio, would you like to weigh in on some of the questions? And
yes, just to record on we as a statistics center, we participate in lots of readiness index and other frameworks. So I think for the main characteristics of this process is being holistic in a way that It includes not just percentage, the results of the digitizations, such as percentage of users or percentage of rural areas connected, but also the institutional, the ecosystem measurements, including the multi-stakeholder part, which covers if the country is participating in the international forums, in what sense, if there is evidence of civil society being strong enough to deal with those issues. So I think it is a broad and including in one of the main results in the case of Brazil was precisely what you raised in the terms of rule of law. Although we mapped through the methodology a very strong legal, or in a sense, our legal frameworks or legal or laws was strictly in line with the international standards for human rights and for freedom of expression. So we have a very sound system of laws. All the evidence we collected on enforcement and implementation showed problems. So, for instance, so this led to, including UNESCO effort to promote capacity building with the judiciary operators, because they were clearly having decisions that do not were not aligned with this international standards. So I think this is something that is powerful in the methodology, and it was perceived in the case of Brazil.
Thank you, Fabio. Oyedele, would you like to weigh in or to any of the questions?
I think in terms of rule of law, I think it is imperative we also harness what are the library policies and legislations in context of libraries and access to digital services. What this policy says to foster access to digital services in libraries. And the IFLA UNESCO Public Library Manifesto fully reiterated the need for that particular context. And I think it is imperative that institutions in country work more with libraries to facilitate the processes to review policy and legislations that pertain to these things and address them, more importantly, to drive community level impact. Thank you.
Thank you very much. From all what our experts and speakers have contributed, I'd like to add, and highlight some points. First, I think it's actually a mistake to call this an indicator framework. What this is a process for change. This is what the ROMAX actually is. It sets out principles and a way in which you're going to really examine whether we are adhering to those principles, and if not, where the gaps are. In terms of bringing together, a group that reflects all voices in society, as many of those voices as possible, a multi-stakeholder group, to derive the evidence and analyze it and put in, forward ideas and proposals for improvement. So this is what it is. The ROMAX mechanism is, framework is. And as such, it's absolutely contextualized, because it only talks about a specific context of what is happening in a context, a national context, for example, and with particular groups, that have been perhaps excluded from access to information in digital ecosystems, or expression, or any other right that they have through digital ecosystems. So that's what it is. In terms of rule of law, and the application of that, I just want to read a few questions that come. Theme A, policy, legal, and regulatory framework. That's the first theme. Is there a legal framework which recognizes the same rights that people have offline must be protected online? Is there a legal framework to protect individuals against violations of rights that arise from use or abuse of the internet, and so on and so forth? There are questions specifically about the existence of legal frameworks. So we are looking at the rule of law in that sense. But what I think is absolutely fascinating is that even though we are looking at the existence of the legal framework, the subsequent thematic areas look at whether these legal frameworks are actually resulting in the rule of law being applied and being really experienced by citizens. So, for example, if we're talking about equality, if there's a legal framework that talks about equality, and then later on with indicators that actually suggest that persons with disabilities are excluded, they don't have the same level of access, or women are not having the same level of access, and so on and so forth, we actually can say that even though the legal framework exists, it's actually not operable at the level that it should be, and it triggers these exact kind of recommendations, not necessarily to digital ecosystems, but to the legal ecosystems, to the implementation of these norms and standards in adherence to international standards. So I think it's a fascinating process and a very important one. And we welcome Uganda to join the Roma assessment process. So please, contact us. We are always happy to support our countries, and our hope is that we will be supporting all countries in Africa. So we still have a few more minutes, before we close. So I'd like to see if there are any other questions. Are there questions online that would like to be raised, or in the room again? Oh, there's a hand up in the back. So, to him.
Sorry, I can't take it. Sorry.
Sorry, my name is Thomas from Ethiopia. I have been dealing with the digital transformation into paperless office environment for the last 15 years, especially in the United Nations in field and regional office. But strengthening the digital and ecosystem, it has a lot of challenges, especially the awareness and too much resistance, especially from the staff members in the community. So we professionals that at the time where we're implementing, especially in the digital transformation, we have a lot of challenges, especially like infrastructure and resistance, especially coming out from the long time trend and coming back to the digital transformation is not easy. So as we are expected, we are not that much speedy to go through, into a digital transformation or ecosystem. So especially when you come to in Africa, we have a lot of challenges, especially infrastructure-wise, in security, especially in the cyber security nowadays. Not only that, what kind of information is going to be secured, which one is confidential, which one is unclassified, and so on. So there is a lack of awareness, especially within the community. Not only that, even the official in the senior management. So I don't know how you are going to advise us, especially the electronic signature, like digital signature, how is going to be legal binding, and also protecting mechanisms, especially the data privacy and so on. So sorry, I'm touching a lot of things, but for legal point of view, how we are going to digitalize or transferring as we are expected to speedy in the future. That's my questions. Thank you.
Any further questions from the room or online? No. So let me turn back to the experts again.
Just a quick response. So one of the things that is in the framework is about barriers.
Thank you.
So we recognize that there are countries that are going faster or slower, if those terms make any sense anyway. But barriers are certainly recognized in different ways, both, again, from a quantitative side, so how many people have the difficulty because they don't have the skills, but also simply, as we've already talked about as well, the legal framework, which areas of institutional are missing and which could facilitate more progress. And then again, from recommendations, we would see some kind of a mixture of that coming forward. And also, one of the things I wanted to make earlier, and we didn't, is that recommendations are not just about government. Recommendations might be about civil society too. So again, how can civil society work together to help rural communities, for example, those kinds of things. So it's not just about seeing these leaps forward and so on, but also about taking a realistic view about what is possible.
Thank you. Anybody else would like to comment? No, and I think that with that, we actually have, a few minutes left only. So let me wrap up this session by saying, this is always an incredibly important session every year, because every year when the Dynamic Coalition comes together, it comes together to take stock of the progress that has been made, to share these lessons and experiences with between the members of the coalition, but also with others that are interested in learning more and understanding better, the Roma X framework and how it can contribute to society. And this year, it's been particularly important as well, and more important than ever, because this year we are talking about a framework that is based on principles when the UN and the stakeholder and multilateral part of the system is actually developing its principles, which is the Global Digital Compact for governing digital ecosystems. So the richness of the experience of the Rome framework is being placed at the disposal of this new process. And this richness can be translated into very few quick points. First, this is a framework, the Rome principles, that is essentially about justice and fairness and inclusion and participation in digital ecosystems. It's an incredibly important part of how we work together as an international community to look at how we include people on the internet. What are the barriers? Like you mentioning barriers just now. What are the barriers that really impede people from having meaningful access, which, Ifla was highlighting, our colleague from libraries in Africa was highlighting. The issue of inclusion is meaningful access is particularly important. We tend to look at the internet, or we used to look at the internet in terms of inclusion as being connecting people. Connecting people is not enough. Living in an area in which you have Wi-Fi access is not enough. We've been deriving from that the conclusion that we need to go beyond and move into what is being called meaningful connectivity, which is not only we have access to the internet, there is broadband where I live, but I can actually connect because I have the right device, I have the right, I can afford those devices, I can afford to buy the data package and the and the connections that I need. But even that is not enough. When we look at accessibility, for example, we're looking at meaningful access. When people connect, do they find on the internet, on the digital ecosystems, the kind of content, local content that is relevant to their lives? Can they express themselves in the languages that they use in their own communities? Can they exchange knowledge and information online with others in their own languages, for example? Are the platforms that they access offering accessibility for persons with disabilities, for example? There are so many barriers that the internet presents that we really need to look at. And what this fantastic framework, and I can really say fantastic with humility, because even though this is a UNESCO framework, I wasn't part of its development. I'm here with the experts that actually did it. This framework allows us to pinpoint all those barriers and to give us the opportunity to work together on a multi-stakeholder group to actually think how we can improve that. So it is a process for change. It is a process for improvement. It is a process for inclusion that is by nature a participatory process, evidence-based. So this kind of experience and the peer-to-peer learning, the networks that form around it, that coalesce in the dynamic coalition, that comes together in the dynamic coalition to share experiences every year, is a great and important part of it, because we learn from each other. We learn from the various experiences. We identify not only how to collect evidence, how to come together as a group, who should be around the table discussing these elements, but also, you know, what solutions exist out there to some of the gaps that we find. What are some of the strengths we have that we can share with others, that our national ecosystem, digital ecosystem has, that can be shared with others? How did we get to that point? And, you know, to help others improve. So it's a process of, you know, cooperation and collaboration as well. So it's not just participation, inclusion, participation, but also is process of collaboration. And this, you know, is an experience that is rich, important, and that we offer, you know, going forward as an element to the Global Digital Compact for its own reflections when these principles are in place. So with that, I would like to really express enormous appreciation to our experts, to our entire dynamic coalition, who always comes together to, in this last day to take stock of how we've been doing. And this year we are particularly proud of really saying 44 countries, and you can follow that with our new platform that has been launched for that. I'd love to also thank the IGF Secretariat and the IGF community for hosting the Dynamic Coalition, and for, you know, all of you who joined us today in this important session. So thank you all very much, and we'll see you next year. But in the meantime, during the year, please keep us updated on the new developments and on all of your national processes, you know, how they are progressing, and us involved. And we certainly hope that you keep advocating for more countries to take stock of their national digital ecosystems using the ROMAX framework, so that we can enrich this community further and learn more and do better together. So thank you very, very much. Give our speakers a round of applause for me, please. Thank you.
public access in libraries with the theme Connecting All People and Safeguarding Human Rights. The session discusses a people-centered digital environment where connectivity and digital technologies as well as are well aligned with users' needs. This emphasizes a democratic, open, and inclusive internet governance. This in turn requires that the voices, experiences, and insights of users and communities are heard. A question to ask ourselves is, as internet governance policy dialogues continue to push for more collaborative processes, what approaches are there which help amplify users' voices? On this note, some useful insights and good practices can be drawn from the work of libraries and similar anchor organizations to engage communities in internet governance discussions. These practices build on leading roles in community information policy and lifelong learning. At the same time, such organizations are often engaged in practical digital inclusion work by providing access to the internet, ICTs, content, and digital skills, learning opportunities. The session will further explore lessons learned from the work of libraries and similar organizations to engage communities in decision-making to shape the digital environment around them. By, for instance, engaging users in co-design, testing and rolling out of digital services, especially e-government applications. In particular, capacity building to help users grasp and navigate and feed into policy dialogues around internet governance, which facilitates the dialogue between users and other key internet governance stakeholders at a local level. Our focus is also about building community capacity to create bottom-up solutions for digital inclusion and robust crisis-resilient connectivity. Our colleagues, please note that the session will be led by a mix of on-site and online speakers and facilitators to ensure participants fully engage in discussion and get the same experience regardless of where they are. I would quickly run through the structure so that we all are aware about what to expect. The session has been structured in 2 parts, and each will take 45 minutes. The first part of the session is a set of interventions where speakers will present several case studies of bottom-up internet governance initiatives. The second part is an open discussion, and during the second half of the session, the speakers and participants will build on the discussion to explore replicable good practices, lessons, and flag additional considerations and questions. The session will also encourage on-the-spot interventions from session participants and members of the DC network to put forward more relevant practical examples from their own work. Colleagues, allow me to welcome Stephen Weiber from IFLA to speak to us. Stephen, are you with us? You are most welcome.
I am, yes. Thank you very much. So as Sarah has said, and thank you very much for the very warm, very positive introduction there. I'm going to share my screen. I wanted to talk a little bit about the logic behind this session and the sort of the question, the example that we're trying to share. We're talking about the idea of libraries in particular as enablers of inclusive and democratic, or I think, as we say in the title, user-centric internet governance. Why we think, obviously, this is an important issue to cover, why we think that it's really interesting to look at the potential to mobilize libraries in this context, to mobilize the 400, 500,000 public and community libraries we have around the world in order to achieve this goal. So I want to set out 4 arguments which lead us towards this conclusion. I've got them up on the screen. I will dig into each of them a little bit as we go, but first is the key argument that simply internet governance or governance should be democratic and inclusive. I think probably all of us here agree with that, but obviously it's an important point to make. Secondly, that libraries already have a really strong, long record of supporting civic and democratic support. I apologize, there's a fault, there's a mistake in this one. Have a long record of supporting digital inclusion. That libraries have a growing experience of action for democratic inclusion, and that libraries bring unique characteristics. So, to dig into each of these, as I said, this is probably the most obvious one of the 4, that internet governance itself must be democratic and inclusive. I think we all know this deep down, obviously. We know it's set out in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, that I think it's Article 21, that people need to have a say in the way that they're governed. And it's obvious enough that given how essential, how crucial the internet is to our economic lives, our social lives, our cultural lives, our political lives as well, when decisions are being taken about how it works, about how it operates, who benefits, who profits, what are the safeguards in place, this needs to be done in a way that reflects the needs of everyone. So internet governance should be democratic. Now, obviously, we've known this for a long time in theory, but certainly we do seem to be seeing a real sort of race to regulate the internet at the moment. We've seen the European Union very consciously stand up and say that, well, we should be the digital policeman. And I think part of this is a sense, yes, and as said, it should be democratic authorities taking decisions. Part of it is obviously commercial, because there's the sense that, well, if you're the first mover and if you're the ones who actually define the rules, then everyone else has to follow, and because your companies have been following the rules for longer, they're better placed. And so we can see with GDPR originally, but arguably with things like the Digital Services Act now, we'll begin to see a lot more sort of policy influence going on. This policy needs to be put together in a democratic way in order to be justifiable. To be honest, it's not always. We see various instances of some fundamental rights not always being as well reflected as they should be. This isn't just a national thing. Clearly, at the UN level, we've got fantastic work around the Global Digital Compact. It's a really exciting piece of work, and the way it's being put together with a really open consultation is really exciting. So, first point, internet governance must be democratic and inclusive. Secondly, we'd argue, the second argument is that libraries are well-established actors when it comes to digital inclusion. Ever since the early 90s, when the internet started, the web started to open up for people and there started to be possibilities, libraries have been there giving people access, often for the first time, to get online. So that, I think a few years ago, there were statistics that, at least well into the 2010s, about 7 million people a year got online for the first time through libraries. So there's this really sort of crucial role in helping people who may not be sure about the value of the internet, who may not know what's there, who may feel like they need to have a bit of support, who may need that convincing before they invest personally to actually get online. However, as we know, and as was discussed in the previous session and highlighted by Marielle Oliveira at the end, if we're talking about digital inclusion, this is far more than about just giving someone a Wi-Fi connection or an internet connection in general. Internet inclusion, digital inclusion needs to be, the internet and the digital world needs to be inclusive. And so therefore, libraries, as with the rest of the world, are beginning to evolve this role. We're looking more and more at how do we provide skills and confidence? What are the real barriers that are holding people back from making use of the internet? I'm glad to say that government also recognise this. Through the Dynamic Coalition on Public Access in Libraries, which is hosting this session, we've done quite a lot of work looking at government strategies into broadband, into digital skills. And these are demonstrating that libraries do see, that governments do see the importance of libraries, that libraries are places where you actually can access content that you may not be able to access elsewhere, where you can create content, where you can digitize national materials to diversify the range of material available on the internet. Libraries are great as places to deliver skills, and even just as social places where people can go online, but in the reassurance, with the reassurance that they can find someone, talk to someone, ask for advice if they really need it. And so there's really this developing role in being really a part of the infrastructure for digital internet inclusion. The third argument is that libraries are evolving their role in supporting democratic participation. Now, obviously enough, access to information is a key factor in enabling engagement in democratic and civic life. I can see that Guy Berger is on the call, who's doing obviously fantastic work within UNESCO in terms of leading work around access to government information. What are the rules? What are the practices? What are the impacts of this? It's pretty clear from the SDGs, from all the work that's taken place around open government, and it's there implicitly in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, that access to government and public information is essential for accountability. We'd argue that its access to all sorts of information actually also needs to be taken into account. People need to understand the issues, people need to understand what's at stake, what's going on. IFLA, for example, has been involved in the SDG Book Club, which is a fantastic initiative led by the UN with the International Publishers Association and others, looking to actually build awareness amongst young people of key issues set out in the Sustainable Development Goals. It's a fantastic way of mobilizing this activity, of mobilizing this engagement, getting people to think from the youngest ages about the issues that they will need to take decisions about as voters, and hopefully then to take optimal decisions for them, for their societies. And of course, libraries are providing that. They've always been a place where you get to find out more, where you go beyond what's just freely available on the internet, where you go beyond what you have in your own, what you have in where you live, in your local, to hand. They've been fantastic as a way of deepening understanding, of deepening debate. But we're seeing more proactive ways, because libraries aren't just places where you can passively consume information. We've seen fantastic examples of libraries deliberately putting together collections in order to help people address, to engage with the issues. We've seen this, for example, in Chinese Taipei. We have seen, we see libraries really holding workshops, training people in using the information they have to understand more about the world and all its diversity, to understand more about their rights, to hold debates in order to get different people in, to expose people to different ideas, to help them to engage far more actively in the political process, in the civic democratic process, as well, of course, as providing physical spaces for local associations and groups to meet, making a reality of freedom of association. And of course, as internet access points, libraries also help here as a place where we can get involved with e-government, where you can get involved in public consultations on public budgets and so on. So there's this growing role, this real sort of proactive approach to how do we make democracy real rather than purely theoretical? How do we make democracy active rather than passive? The final argument is that libraries themselves bring a really unique value proposition. Firstly, we're talking about a network. Globally, there's millions of libraries of all types. There's around at least 450,000 public and community libraries. That's only in the countries for which we have data, and there's still some pretty big gaps. In those countries for which we do have data, that means there's about one library for every 16,000 people. But that drops to as low as one library for every 6,000 people in some regions. And in the Czech Republic, for example, one library for every 1,600 people. So it can there is a really good dense network that's there to be used. Crucially, libraries are built on this logic of realizing the right of access to information at all ages. Beyond, rather, unlike institutions that are focused on a specific goal or on a specific age group, libraries are focused on everyone without prejudice to what they want to achieve. When someone comes to a library door, it could be to vote, it could be to participate in a participatory budget, it could be to learn more about a health condition, it could be to look for a job, it could be to research. They're open for this. There's a sense of using information, of the ubiquity, of the really broad power of information to make things happen. And linked to this is the idea that drawing on their proximity to people, drawing on their understanding, they can work to provide solutions which are culturally adapted. They're adapted to the individuals, to the people, to the communities they serve. And so joining the dots, and that's really what we're looking to do in this session, hopefully, is look at how we can bring these factors together, how we can address the fact that internet governance needs to be inclusive and democratic, how we can use the fact that libraries are established actors in digital inclusion, that they're growing actors in civic and democratic participation, and that alongside other actors, they bring some really unique characteristics to the table which potentially makes them extremely interesting and useful partners as part of broader partnerships for inclusive and democratic internet governance. So with that, I will speak again later, but now I will hand back to Sarah in order to go to our case studies.
Thank you so much, Stephen, for your remarks, and I'm sure they have helped us to understand the theme even much better. At this point in time, I'd like to introduce the panel of speakers. Colleagues, we are having 4 speakers. 2 are online, and then 2 are with us here. I'd like to start with the speakers who are on site. On my right, we have Peter. Peter, you are most welcome. And Peter comes from Nakaseke Telecenter and Community Library based in Uganda. And on my left, I have Damilari Oyadel, Library Aid founder and executive member, IFLA Sub-Saharan Africa Region Division Committee. And online, we have Remion from AFL, and then we have Stephen Weiber from IFLA headquarters. You are all very much welcome, colleagues. Now, I would like also to guide you through the presentation order for this session. We want to share examples of how libraries are supporting engagement in discussions about internet governance. And ideally, we want to ensure that all these practical examples, the case studies that we are going to listen to, are more inclusive in response to the IGF issues. So I will start with a case study from Peter. Peter, are you ready?
Thank you so much, Madam Moderator, Dr. Sarakadu. Peter Balaba is my name. Thank you for the introduction. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to our colleagues online. Without wasting time, I would like to share my practical experience about Nakaseke, how libraries in Uganda in general, how they are using digital skills to bridge the gap. When you look at that slide, you'll see we are not working alone to be able to achieve all this. We work in partnership. We have local partners. We have National Library of Uganda, and we have Enabel. We have peer-to-peer university and Maendeleo University and Maendeleo organization based in Mukono. But of all, we have our partners, I feel, that support us with different skills, capacity building, infrastructure, and of course not forget about UCC, Uganda Communication Commission, for supporting us into this kind of work. That picture you see, it shows one of our classes, especially after COVID. You remember that most of the youth dropped out of school because of pregnancy, because of lack of school fees, and we allow them to come with their children to attend the lessons. Going forward, allow me also to share with you, to give you the detailed background of the general outlook of libraries, how libraries intervene into bridging the digital divide in Uganda. I would like to present to you, giving you a little bit background of my presentation. Of late, National Information Technology Authority, NITA, presented a national IT survey of 2020. and the study indicated some little bit of progress in terms of internet penetration and utilization of IT services. However, there are still some challenges that need some kind of collaboration to fill, especially as far as rural connectivity and gender inclusiveness is concerned. Adoption of ICT among a local government is still another challenge, and the survey indicated that 4.6% of staff have access to a computer, and out of and 5.6 of staff routinely use computers for office work. And the funny thing is that out of that, only 2.5 use computers to access the internet, which is something very small. So these gaps remains a priority by the government and other stakeholders to come in and fill. As far as the rural countryside community is concerned, as far as internet access, the survey indicated that 90% of the community consistently have no access to the internet. And this creates a very big gap between the urban-rural digital divide, and 13% of the household also are having less or limited access to the computer and the internet, and this creates a very, very big gap. So, and the reason why they don't have access to these facilities is because of affordability. The devices are very expensive, and of course, data is also still a very big challenge. So that one needs to be covered very well. Going forward, next slide, please. Using Nakaseke as a case study, Nakaseke, for your information, is located in Uganda. It's about 65 kilometers from the capital to our station. And the map you see there, it shows, you see the white circle. It indicates our library where I work, but this map shows the distribution of other libraries in Uganda, as you are able to see. So, and these libraries have been built capacity. They have worked hard to ensure that communities have access to the internet, because as I've told you, most communities don't have access to the internet. So these libraries have access to the internet, and then they're able to serve their communities very well. Next slide, please. How do we promote ICTs? Of course, as I told you, together with the partners that I mentioned earlier on, you'll find that most of these libraries I've talked about, they have access to Wi-Fi. We do also digital literacy, mobile skill training to communities. We move out of the libraries and we meet women, youth, in their respective villages, and then train them how to use these devices. Also, we conduct using peer-to-peer online courses, and of course other free online courses. We provide access to these online services to our communities to be able to learn and change their lives. We also promote e-government services. This was an initiative by the government and it was launched in Nakaseke in 2018 before COVID, and we have been rolling it out. We go out each time we reach out to the community, we teach them. It is one of the programs that we empower communities to be able to access e-government services using their digital services devices. Nakaseke Public Library is the only library in Uganda that has a community radio. This community radio was supported by UNESCO, and we are very proud of it, and also, of course, supported by the government and regulated by Uganda Communication Commission. Just last month, we have gone online, we have gone digital, and our radio can be listened to across all over the world. We have also introduced programs targeting children, providing coding skills, just to create a foundation for them to understand how the computers works, which language, and all that. So we have also received some training kits from from Mandela University in Johannesburg to start carrying out the program. We also do digital literacy. We have Kindles from World Reader, and we take them to schools for purposes of promoting digital literacy in schools and also in communities, for them to be able to have access to the digital devices. Whom do we target? You'll find that most of our work in libraries, not only in Nakaseke, we focus mainly on women, because we know they're the most vulnerable in our societies, because most of them, they don't have access to these devices as far as affordability is concerned. So we target women, youth out of school, farmers, the business community, and of course the civil servants, because most of them, as the survey indicated, you'll find that some of them have the devices, but device manipulation is a problem, and they don't know how to utilize these services. So in the picture, you'll see one of our work when we reach out. We have border riders and repairs. So we teach them how to use online sources like on YouTube to overcome some problems.
Peter,
yes.
I'm about to ask you to stop.
Just one slide. Next, please. So this takes me to the core of our discussion today. So as the government rolled out the e-citizen service, we realized that people were before they introduced the system, people were very challenged. The system accessing, for instance, a passport, it was too bureaucratic. You had to get a form, take to the chairperson L1 for endorsement, you go to the security. It was too bureaucratic and time wasting. So by the introduction of this portal, most of our libraries, we support our communities. We teach them, we assist them how to apply for a passport, how to get a driving permit. We have also helped teachers to register online, because it is mandatory now, every teacher, every civil servant to apply online, such that their salaries are guaranteed, and also transfers and promotions are done without any fear or favor or something like that. So that's how we have helped the communities. Also, we help them to register their businesses, to get tax identification numbers. Also, the business people, like coffee dealers, just a few months ago, we've been registering them, their stores, their factories, and they come to the library. Of course, we charge them some small fees for printing and scanning. But of course, there are some challenges, limitations here, because people who are disadvantaged, like people with visual problems, are not catered for in this program. And again, the program is not, there is no privacy, because it would assume that such a facility, someone should be able to sit at his home and apply online. But you'll find that much as we train them how to do it on or using their smartphones, you'll find that there are other requirements that needed to be either scanned or photocopied or something like that. So I think there is need to modify the portal such that it is able to
Thank you
support.
so much, Peter.
The last one is just a summary. Sorry, Doctor. Just the last one. Just the second last.
A lot of time, Peter.
Okay. So the picture you see, it is one of such some of the activities that we do in our community. We don't only stop at providing content, but we go online to support communities to be able to empower them to earn a living, how to bake using local ovens, as you see, bread. Most of the bread comes from Kampala, so we train them how to make bread at home and also how to earn income. We also go online and teach them how to do hairdressing, tailoring, and so on, and liquid soap as well.
Thank you so much, Peter. I'll give you an opportunity later on to share the experiences. At this point, colleagues, allow me to invite my colleague, Damilari, to share the practical experiences. Damilari, take on the virtual floor.
Okay, I'm present here, I'm not virtual, so, so thank you so much. Please, my slide deck, please.
Damilari, please, I'm giving you only 7 minutes.
Sure.
And I'm afraid I might stop you along the way if you exceed. Apologies.
Thank you so much, Madam Moderator. So I would align my case study approach to how library institutions are leveraging data technology to strengthen library internet infrastructure. More importantly, next slide. Next slide. More importantly, using data, access to library data and impact stories of libraries, and how this leads to how this helps us identify core areas of internet infrastructure for libraries, identify key areas of data and internet needs for libraries, and more importantly, digital skills for libraries, okay? And for us to really drive progress forward to understand how libraries can further improve digital access to empower the community, it is imperative that we understand the need for data to understand what libraries are doing currently, what do they have on ground, and how better can we support them. And aside that, my colleague from Uganda showed to us earlier what they are doing in the various in Uganda, and that connotes for us to communicate the impact story of libraries and how they harness these technologies and internet to make libraries more viable. Next slide, please. Go. So, assisting efforts by various organizations are more apparently being done by IFLA through the IFLA Web Library Map. It's an amazing tool where you're able to see data and information about what libraries are doing in their various countries, the impact they're making the users they have. And this is very essential for advocacy efforts for libraries. And when we go to meet policymakers, we say, okay, for investment in libraries, infrastructure development, how do we convince that, okay, libraries in these communities in XYZ? And this data has been able to support advocacy efforts for libraries. And more importantly, the amazing about this platform is the SDG stories, where we're able to collect information and stories about the impact libraries are making. Next slide, please. The impact libraries are making to drive progress towards the SDGs in terms of no poverty, zero hunger, gender equality, quality education. Okay, and this further connotes and further identifies the importance of data, right? And how data can support informed decision-making processes. And not just that, how we can also empower libraries and librarians with the power and the tools they need to be able to communicate much more effectively online, all right, and also to be able to communicate the impact of their work as a progress. Also, another intervention which we've experienced here, next slide, in our where I work is Library Tracker, which is an online platform where you can use it to locate libraries around you, and also to get to understand what libraries are doing in various countries. So we can get to see that libraries, next slide, libraries from various parts of the world and library institutions globally are harnessing various innovative ways, not just to identify areas of internet governance for libraries, but however, are we able to apply these tools to drive community level impact for libraries? Okay, next slide. And that goes back to my first slide that I earlier shared about access to library data and impact story. And the core values we seek to achieve with this is to understand the core areas of internet infrastructure for library development, identify key areas of digital and internet library needs, and more importantly, the skills and capacity for libraries to drive progress. And if we are able to adequately harness library data and impact story, it will drive a more overreaching goal to support library policy reform that will further foster improved data infrastructure for libraries, capacity development for library professionals, and also drive capacity development for community level impact for libraries in various countries. Thank you very much.
Oh, that is excellent. So thank you so much for saving us some 3 minutes. I hope even the online presenters will do the same. We don't seem to be so much in good books with the time. So at this point in time, I'd like to invite Remion from AFOL. Please share your experiences with us. Ramni, are you with us? Okay. Maybe if she's not yet very ready, we can come back to her. May I invite?
I'm ready. I'm ready.
Oh, you are ready. Okay, welcome.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. Sorry for the late start of the session. I will try to be short.
Ramni, could you please increase the volume?
I'll try. Just a minute. How about now? It's better.
Much better. Please
Okay.
carry on.
Okay. So thank you, everyone. And thank you for this opportunity to share a case study about Lithuanian public libraries. We heard about, one library power of changing digital or bridging digital divide in local community. We heard about international level power, so I'll try to talk about the power of a national network of public libraries. So I am Ramune Petuchovaite. I work at Electronic Information for Libraries, so IFL, and today I'll talk about Lithuania. So Lithuania is a pretty small country. There is 2.6 million inhabitants. We got our independence in 1990, joined EU in 2004. The country is divided into 60 municipalities and that are self-governed by the community, and each municipality has their function of establishing and running public libraries. In general, in Lithuania, we have 1,205 libraries. Most of them are in rural areas. There are 5 county public libraries and 60 municipal library systems that consist of main library and the branch libraries in smaller urban and rural settlements. Since 2014, all public libraries in Lithuania provide public access to ICT and internet, regardless where they are. And last year, due to big government investment. Over 90% of libraries has connection high, minimum 30 megabits per second or higher connection. Public libraries in Lithuania have a role, besides other traditional roles of libraries, to develop information literacy of communities, and also Lithuanian broadband policy recognized public library network as an important infrastructure for digital inclusion efforts. Therefore, every year, public libraries provide over 250,000 citizens with possibility to upgrade their digital skills and also get consultations on ICT related and e-resource related questions. And this is just for context, you know, in Lithuania, 80% of population are regular internet users. More than 50% have basic digital skills. Still, there is a senior citizens, those with low education, lower incomes, and also living in rural areas, they lagging behind, and some of them have never used internet. And this is why public library network has become a key partner in all national digital inclusion and capacity building initiatives and regular campaigns such as Safer Internet Week or Digital Week or other. And here's one example of the national level project or initiative for citizens to improve their digital skills or finally get online. That was implemented by Association Windows to the future National Library of Lithuania, as well as several government agencies and ministries. Over few years, 500,000 people had a possibility to improve their skills. So you can see what a power national network of public libraries could be when they are connected. And here's the most recent example of the campaign that is regular in Lithuania and I guess in many other countries. So it's Senior Online Week. Before and during this week, Facebook and other social media were full of public libraries ads inviting people to join learning events hosted by libraries in rural areas and urban areas, and the themes included e-government services, safe internet use, bank frauds or internet banking frauds, e-health services, and so on. But in addition to libraries serving to, digital inclusion role or playing digital inclusion role in Lithuania, they also encourage public participation in local governance and democracy, enabling dialogue between community and politicians and public servants. And those, first of all, through meetings in person or virtual or hybrid meetings, because they have infrastructure and enables, for example, rural inhabitants gather in their library and meet online a representative of local governments and talk about local issues. But also there are usual events like days of self-governance where libraries organize or initiate those meetings and invites citizens to meet public servants and talk about local issues. There are also cases where members of parliament held meetings in libraries, either through the digital means or physical space. But also I want to share one example that was held in some years ago, where libraries actually administered an online survey on municipal institutions and services and on their services provided online and also on site, and also asked people about local issues. Close to 5,500 citizens responded to this survey, and then libraries shared data with municipal administrations. And after that, organized meetings and discussions on various issues that people expressed concern of. And there were like subsidies for house owners to replace asbestos roof covering, or renovation of buildings, or pensions and social benefits, waste collection, drinking water and sewage infrastructure, formal and informal education. So libraries really have a power of facilitating dialogue and helping and building better understanding between different groups in society, and also governments listening to what citizens think. And this example of Lithuania I took from the case study that from one of the research or studies that DCPAL did some years ago on libraries in national broadband plans and policies, and you can find those this study online in IFLA and also IFL website, and also DCPAL among DCPAL resources, and also there are more information about Lithuania and other countries in another study that we just finalized on impacts of public access in libraries. So thank you very much, and let's stay connected.
Thank you so much for being brief. I now welcome Stephen to share the experiences he has. Stephen, you're welcome.
Thank you very much. So I will also keep it quick so we can get into the description, get into the discussion later, but I wanted to really focus in on this specific question. So we've had some really good examples of the ways in which libraries are including and really reaching out to all members of societies. We've had some really good examples of how libraries are supporting engagement in policy making. Actually, I said making a reality of the idea that policies, people should be included, people should be implicated in the decisions that are made about them. Bringing these together, I've got a couple of examples from Canada and Spain, but there'll be plenty more out there, I'm sure. A first one, this is a two-parter, is a really interesting example, and I'm sorry we don't have someone from Toronto Public Library here. The time zone was just not doable given the timing of the session. We've had Toronto Public Library work with an organisation called Toronto Mesh, which is it's a civil society organisation that brings together a lot of people with strong technical knowledge. They know their way around the technology. They're focusing on mesh, so this idea of supporting stronger community connectivity. But Toronto Mesh, they realised that, well, you've got the technical people on board, but how do you recruit more? How do you make sure that more people are actually understanding the issues, understanding why you might want to make the decision to actually adopt a mesh rather than simply going with a major commercial, national or international internet service provider? And so a first focus was actually bringing together the knowledge and the understanding of the issues that Toronto Mesh could provide with the reach and the venue and the space that a public library can provide. And so at the York branch in Toronto of Toronto Public Library, they organised a number of sessions, a number of debates where experts came in and engaged with people in the local community in order to actually get that sense, in order to make sure that people understood, that people saw internet governance as something that they needed to focus on. But I think really importantly that they felt that they could criticize the status quo, that they weren't forced simply to accept what's there, but rather to actually understand and to act, to engage, and to actually be active citizens when it comes to digital to digital policy making. And this was organized into two, which were well structured into two sessions. So firstly, that focus on who owns the internet, explaining how the internet is governed, how internet governance works at the moment, who's taking decisions, what are the decisions they're taking, what motivates these decisions. And then a second one on the different options that are out there for taking back that sort of control, taking back that ownership of the internet. And what are the practical tools, what are the political tools that citizens can follow in order to make sure that we have a user-centered internet by having a more, and you do this, in this case, by having a more user-centered internet governance. Again, it's understandable why the public library was a logical focus here. Toronto Public Library already has a fantastic program of democratic debate, of sessions, or events where people can come in, can understand things. So it made sense to understand this, to extend this into the digital space. A second part to this case study was that they then followed up by running a course on building the peer-to-peer internet. And again, this is a fantastic way of going into more detail on these topics of how the internet is run, how the internet could be run, and how can you combine, how can you make both the technical skills and the sense of agency something that's really more widely shared, that's not limited to just a smaller group of people, because a broader share of the population understands why it matters. The second case study I wanted to share briefly, and then this is a little bit older, but it's still, I think, really valuable. This links to the whole community networks movement. And obviously one of the leaders in this has been Wifi.net in Catalonia. Their model focused very much on going out to the rural communities, which were not particularly well served by commercial providers, and actually promoting this idea of a community network, community-run, community-owned infrastructure giving access to the internet, but also as a way, as a conduit of showing more local content, of making sure that the internet itself was more relevant, more meaningful to people. And so with Wifi.net, at least in some areas, they really actually focus on libraries, and they use libraries as a hub for connectivity. The roof of the library was a very good place to put up an aerial in order to allow people to access, to give the physical side of connectivity. But I think what was really interesting there was that the library provided an acknowledged community space where people could actually get together, where the technicians, the people who were strong on the technical side, could talk to the people who maybe didn't have that, but had the enthusiasm, had the energy to do things, that people could talk about the issues, about why they were doing this. And I think really, again, it's a really interesting opportunity to bring together people who are involved on the more political side, or on the political side about why we need a more decentralized internet, to bring together people on the technical side, those who have the skills to put up an aerial, to set things up and to get people connected, and the wider community who obviously benefits from it, but often will benefit from the opportunity to actually understand those issues and get involved. So I think that these are sort of interesting issues, interesting areas, and it's certainly something to explore further, how we can actually, again, as I said, mobilize libraries, make libraries part of these efforts to make internet governance, make engagement in internet governance, to make it into a mass issue, to make it into an issue that everyone feels that they can get involved in. So I'll stop sharing and go back to you, Sarah.
Thank you so much for sharing those insights, and I'm very glad that the library field is also responding to the issues that have been discussed since we came here this week. The issues of being inclusive, internet inclusivity, and then the digital citizenship, ensuring that the services respond to the core of the internet governance initiatives. At this point, colleagues, I would like to go to part 2, and part 2 is more interactive as opposed to part 1, whereby we listen to the experiences from different countries and the efforts so far made. I will start with Peter. Peter, if you don't want my yellow card, please stick to a minute in responding to my questions. My first question to you is, why for you does it matter that you promote inclusive internet citizenship?
It matters a lot because without internet, you cannot now connect to the world. So that's why we engage, especially the community, to be able to, all stakeholders, the women, the youth, and the business community, to be able to connect to the internet, solve problems that they may interface, for instance, accessing the e-citizen services, connecting to the market to market their produce, to how to add value on their produce, and also to solve issues related to health. So that's how internet inclusiveness matters a lot to the local community.
Thank you so much. Peter, I would like now to move to Damilari. Damilari, the same question. Why is it for you, does it matter to promote inclusive internet citizenship?
Yes, I mean, it's an essential part of our rights as humans, and I think it's further propels access to more opportunities in context of empowerment. The COVID-19 pandemic showed us how internet is very essential for us to work remotely together and for us also exchange ideas. And also in terms of skills development, a lot of online courses are out there that will further prepare growth and development, which through internet access we're able to harness and improve ourselves. And more importantly, in the context to access knowledge, this will further facilitate cross-border knowledge sharing, to which knowledge support in various ecosystems are being shared to further improve development in various society. So I do believe internet citizenship is essential for us to drive progress in the context of empowerment, employment, and cross-border knowledge sharing. Thank you.
Great. Our online participants, the on-site participants, just get your questions ready. I'll also give you an opportunity to respond or even ask the panel the same questions if you so wish. At this point in time, I'd like to quickly call upon Ramani to give your views on whether it matters or it doesn't matter to promote inclusive internet citizenship. Ramani.
Definitely it matters because internet is just a tool to, um, execute your rights, and the same as in real world, in the internet, we should have similar and equal positions. So definitely, and I can say also the technology have a power also to extend those participation, and engage, mobilize those who might be reluctant to participate in debates happening on site. So yeah, definitely it matters, and it's important for democratic process for people to participate in society decision making and government processes. So.
Okay, thank you so much. Maybe next time I will kindly request you to speak through your microphone. From this side, you are very faint. We can hear you, but with some difficulty. But otherwise, we appreciate the contributions. Stephen, can we hear from you? Does it matter or it doesn't matter for promoting inclusive internet citizenship?
Absolutely. I think I've set out some of the arguments before. I guess I think what's important, I don't know, one way of thinking about this is to think about what happens if we don't. What are the costs if we don't have inclusive internet citizenship? What happens if decisions that are made about how the internet functions do not take place in a democratic way? And I think importantly, we probably need to steer away from a purely corporatist model where we say that there's 2 or 3 constituencies and we talk to business and we talk to technical and we talk to 1 or 2 others. We need to make sure that this is as much of a democratic issue as education or health or other things. Because if we don't, then we risk policies being shaped by 2 or 3 different currents. We risk policies not remembering what actually matters. And I understand. I know most about, for example, European laws, and we see a number of European laws that are going through or risk going through where there's just been a complete absence of consideration of issues that matter to people, like education, like research. These things aren't being taken into account because the only things that are being listened to is, people think about money, and people are thinking about digital rights very narrowly defined, rather than thinking about what actually matters to citizens. So I think that's why we need to make sure that we're not letting the things that matter to people become collateral damage in this all.
I know as we promote inclusivity, we experience challenges or barriers. Peter, what could be some of the barriers to active involvement?
One of the critical barrier, first of all, infrastructure, lack of infrastructure, especially in the countryside, in the rural community side. Again, in addition, the knowledge, the capacity to use, to access to the internet, to connect to the internet. It is also another area that needs a lot of intervention by different stakeholders to build the capacities of our people to be able to navigate around the internet without any difficulty, so that at least they are able to be served better.
Thank you so much. Damilari, do you think we experienced some barriers in the process?
Well, I'm going to respond to this question in the context of how this applies to libraries, okay? And if libraries are barriers to provide internet access, that connotes that they're not able to serve the community where they're located, right? And I can recall during the COVID-19 pandemic in Sub-Saharan Africa, a lot of libraries were closed and they couldn't provide access to library services. And we had a series of virtual consultations to understand what were the challenges going on. And during this process, we sent out surveys and all that, and realized 3 major barriers that were a major challenge. And this connotes to one, library leadership role in the context of pushing for libraries to have internet facilities to offer services. And second thing we experienced was that we needed to move libraries digital. A lot of libraries were not digital, and that disconnected them from the users they serve, okay? And lastly, some librarians lack the skills and the capacities to engage meaningfully in the internet and digital space, okay? And this connotes the need for emerging skills and capacity for librarians. So looking at these 3 challenges, okay, if these could be adequately addressed, it poses a potential progress for libraries to serve the community better and foster internet access and internet inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Damilari. We've just listened to some of the barriers from the colleagues on the African continent. Is the situation the same from Europe or even beyond? Ramani, what do you have to tell us?
I think barriers are probably similar in different continents. Just about skills, about motivation, access to tools and access to spaces for expressing your opinion and expressing your concerns about governing issues, be it internet governance or or just usual traditional governance. So it's quite similar. It just like if I take Lithuania again as an example, you know, as a post-Soviet country, we still our civil society is still quite weak in terms of expressing opinions, participating, protesting, and I think technology also could play a part, could play a role in people doing so, though you should have skills and understanding of what are limitations and what are your roles and where the threats like you know, can come from.
Stephen, would you like to confirm the same experience as from Lithuania?
Yes, I think there's a strong element to that. I think there's also a risk that, firstly, we have to overcome the fact that often people just want to be left alone and they just want to accept what's happening. And I think that's the case in all democracy, trying to ensure that people understand that even though they're only one citizen, they're only one person, they can engage, and the whole system falls apart if no one does. I think particularly in internet governance issues, we have some work to do in terms of showing that these are things that people can engage with. I don't know, my spiritual home is copyright, which is pretty similar in terms of it comes across as being quite a technical issue. That's something that you feel like you need a degree in order to actually engage with it. And the same will go for internet governance. People will worry that they need to have deep knowledge of the issues and deep technical knowledge in order to get involved. And sometimes the debate will make that look like that's the case. However, so many of these issues are, it's fundamental principles, it's fundamental issues that we can and should understand that are easy to grasp. And we just, like as happened in Toronto, we need to be able to explain and engage these in a way that really get people involved, drawing on things like all the discussion about fake news, drawing on concern about dangerous content online to actually kickstart sensible debates, not hysterical debates, sensible debates about how do we balance rights? How do we take those key internet governance decisions and really make sure these are broad-based in communities?
Much for that. Peter, we are trying to encourage a bottom-up approach towards solving issues that would affect internet citizenship, among others. In your view, do you think there are factors that could determine communities in developing these solutions? We are trying to push for factors that aim at bottom-up approach towards solution, problem solving, and especially to issues relating to internet citizenship, among others. So my question to you is, do you think there are factors that could determine how well communities themselves could develop these solutions?
I think some of the solutions, like issues of poor infrastructure, the communities should be able to lobby through their local governments and the central government to extend power to them, and also to the internet service providers to be able to connect those areas such that there's connection for them to be able to interact with each other, and also affordability. If there is some civil societies that can maybe chip in to help these communities, to engage them, to find out their problems and how they can solve them, I think it is much better than, and of course the laws, most of our governments are passing related to ICT. It should be bottom approach, because right now it is limiting people. When you have something to say, you have to think a lot whether you share or not. So content creation is going to be limited. Participation is also going to be limited. So I think the communities should be, there must be a mechanism of everything from bottom to up.
Thank you so much for confirming that. Damilari, do you think the bottom-up approach is the way to go?
I believe it is essential that for any long-lasting and sustainable progress to happen, the community needs to own the process, right? And that creates the need for an inclusive advocacy with the communities themselves, leveraging community engagement approaches to drive in the communication to the stakeholders, to the policymakers, to the senators of the community. And I think that holds a more stronger power to really communicate the message and get the community inclusive, part of the solution. And I think the process to this is all about inclusive process of the community to be part of the solution processes, and also giving the community the space and the power to co-create, right? Because they give you the perspective of what they want. It's about research and development. What do they want to do? What do they want to see? And how can we support them to drive progress forward, to create solutions that are applicable to their needs? Thank you so much.
Stephen, what is your story?
Thank you. So I think a lot of it really has been included there. I suppose, I don't know, just because I don't want to repeat things, I'm wondering, and this is a speculation, to what extent can we use the logic of community organizing that we've seen really took off with the Obama campaign in 2008? To what extent can we actually try and use that, apply that logic in the internet governance space, and actually think about, I don't know, how can we create, I don't know, using libraries as nodes at the national level, again, drawing on those examples from Catalonia, from Canada, can we actually use them to build that awareness, to have practical projects, again, within the logic of community organizing, like meshes, like community networks, and use that, and then use those as building blocks towards that much more inclusive model globally? That's a speculation. I don't know the answer.
So much. Ramoni, do you concur or you disagree?
Yeah, definitely, I agree, and I can give an example. That success of any digital inclusion initiative actually depends on the contribution by local communities. And Peter has mentioned the project that we work together in, digital skills at your local library, Uganda, supported by Belgium through Annabelle Development Agency. And, it is about providing digital skills to women and vulnerable youth in Uganda through network of public and community libraries. So before starting this project, key partners of projects, Mandalaya Foundation and National Library of Uganda, went to each of 24 communities to discuss what skills they expect to get and what they want in terms of online learning. And this discussion has happened, as I said, happened in all communities that are involved in this project, and we got really a good contribution, understanding that, for example, in Uganda, and I guess in also other countries where people want to build a livelihood, digital skills and online learning content should be leading to very practical knowledge that they can apply right away and improve their lives. So that's the rule. if women are taking care about their family, they are not thinking about academic degrees or whatever, usually online courses lead to. So that was really good revelation for our project. And also, besides meeting with communities, partners met with librarians and discussed what skills, what expectations they would have in terms of libraries playing digital skills trainers' role in communities and what are barriers and so on. So I think this, like, hearing what is needed is on the local level is just essential for any success of digital initiatives and also governance.
Wonderful. Peter, in a minute or less, what roles would libraries play in promoting digital citizenship?
Thank you for that question. The role is libraries should engage the communities to find out what their information needs and in which format do they want them to be received and when. So if libraries do such to find out the needs assessment of their communities, then they will be serving their communities better.
Thank you so much. Damilari?
I believe that libraries as space and community hubs for the society plays an important role in the context of access being digital and internet citizenship. And libraries are well positioned to drive this progress, because if a library is connected, then the community is connected. Okay, so now how do we harness multi-stakeholder partnership and collaboration to make libraries connected? Currently, the International Telecommunication Union, ITU, is working on a lot of projects around connecting the unconnected. They have the GIGA project ongoing, and also they have the Partner Development Coalition, which they're trying to harness the possibility to facilitate and fast-track internet access and internet citizenship. And I think at this particular stage, going forward, more importantly for libraries is to explore more collaborative ways to engage with other stakeholders in the space, to co-create interventions that will seek to address these core issues, to make libraries connected, because when libraries are connected, the communities are also connected. And we, at this particular stage, it's essential that we fast-track libraries' internet access on the continent. Thank you.
Excellent. Stephen?
So I think Damilari captured it. To be facetious, it's come back to what library's unique contribution can be, and that's space, staff, and stuff. That within a community, the library will often be the only public non-commercial space that's available for getting together and doing things. Within internet governance, we know perfectly well the internet does not obviate, it doesn't remove the need for the physical. So a space for people to get together. Staff, because you need people, you need support, you need skills provision in order to actually catalyze some of this work, to respond to needs, to analyze exactly as Damilari and Peter said about the need for community needs. And staff libraries do have access to collections, and these collections are valuable and important, and the fact they're curated and presented makes a huge difference. Tying in with what Damilari said, these are unique characteristics. This does not mean that libraries can and should do anything on their own. It's working with others, combining these unique characteristics with those of other stakeholders, like Toronto Mesh, like the people behind Geefi.net. That's what really can make a difference, and that's how libraries can really fit in most effectively.
Oh, wonderful. Ramoni?
I think we don't have much time. I just want to finish that, just with a similar message. I finished IGF's DC Pulse session that really public access in libraries matters to many members of communities. And the value in terms of digital inclusion and participation is even tenfold in least developed countries. So I would encourage all stakeholders running digital connectivity initiatives in least developed countries consider connecting public and community libraries to enable citizens access information, get digital skills, be part of digital citizenship. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The panel, I really appreciated your contributions. Before we wind up, I would like to give an opportunity to the participants with us. A question or two from you is welcome.
Hey, thank you to all the panelists for all of these really valuable contributions. Just a short introduction. My name is Suha. I'm from Apti Institute in India, and we look at the intersection of tech and society. We've been looking at intermediary organizations that can facilitate greater awareness and advocacy on digital rights, and also really play the role of facilitating this bottom-up participation that was spoken to by all of the panelists. So this was really fascinating. The question I have is, well, to all of the panelists, but whoever would like to respond, I sort of see a spectrum in terms of countries and initiatives where there is digital access as well as infrastructure to those that have are still working on sort of access and infrastructure. And I see the spectrum being that for countries that have digitized, there's a greater opportunity to start this conversation on digital rights and data rights because there are these structures and awareness of what these mechanisms are. I see this in the Indian context as well now, where the priority is to sort of enable access to the digital, enable access to infrastructure, and questions around digital rights are now kind of being looked at as the second priority in some sense. So I'm kind of wondering how we start to balance from sort of a global South perspective, how we balance this conversation around the value of access to internet, data, and then also consider the question of safeguards and harms that Stephen spoke to around the harms that may come from misinformation, fake news, etc., that we are all contending with in the global South as well. So how do we kind of have this balance between the value proposition as well as the sort of harms and kind of lead us towards the advocacy of more internet citizenship and well, the question around internet governance, which seems like a step towards that direction, but one that we're sort of ramping up towards, especially even in India. Sorry, that was a long question, but yeah.
Thank you so much for the question. Allow me not to give an opportunity to the panel or any other person to respond to it, but I think we can raise a catch-up during the lunch break, and then we converse about the same more in details. So at this point in time, I'd like to invite Stephen to wrap up the session and we close.
Okay, well, and what I will do is I will include a response to the question that's been asked because it's a really important one, and it's an argument that we've made elsewhere that, as previously discussed in the data dynamic coalition on internet universality indicators earlier, we really need to get beyond talking just about connectivity, and we need to be talking about meaningful connectivity. And in some ways, this is more basic things, like we need to get away from saying like 2 megabytes a second download, 1 megabyte a second upload as a definition of connectivity, to actually thinking far more comprehensively about what are the different ingredients. And we would argue that one of the ingredients is that you have, even in communities that are already connected, you have public access sectors, you have institutions which are supported and enabled and resourced in order to actually provide those skills. Because it's actually quite risky if we get people online without giving them the skills that they need to make use of it. They're just prey for scammers. They're prey for fake news. There's a huge risk of people actually being abused. There's a huge risk of people being damaged, of becoming victims. And so, I don't know, I think as it was really interesting the way you put it, that there's a phase 1 and a phase 2. We need to get to a definition of connectivity that sees phase 1 and 2 as being the same thing. Is there something that universal service funds need to start making sure they fund properly? But anyway, I can say, I think, yeah, Ramuna, do you want to add something just very quickly and then I'll wrap up?
Yeah, actually, I was following IGF sessions in relation to fighting misinformation, disinformation, propaganda, and so on. And I just had this funny idea that actually I think all digital skills training should start with so-called safety themes instead of basic technology themes, and that, similarly like the driving, before driving the car, we learn safe rules and the road. So I think that's the thing that we should do, probably not focus on technology in digital skills training for citizens, but from social perspective, thinking about what they should know about harms, and also how they can express their rights. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think following on that, and now I promise Sarah I will wrap up. So I think what comes out of this is that I think there's a connection in a lot of what we've heard, that we've been focusing quite a lot on core inclusion, of making sure that people can have access to the internet and make use of it. We focus on the role, on how digital inclusion interacts with broader democratic participation. And I sort of feel throughout this where we've been getting to is that these things are all linked, that certainly that these things are linked, that there is real scope to work on this as an issue, there's real scope in particular to use libraries on this as an issue, that internet governance does not need to be technical, that it's not dumbing it down, but actually the core issues are there. I think clearly we need to do this in a positive way. If we just sort of tell everyone that the internet is dark and full of terror, then of course we're going to scare people off using it properly. So we need to find a way of doing this that respects cultural differences, that respects needs, respects experiences, and then helps people to actually become empowered internet users. But as a corollary to that, that we shouldn't just be users, we shouldn't just be passive consumers of the internet, we shouldn't be sort of scared of what's going to go on, but we actually need to make people into active citizens. We need to build that sense of agency. And I think agency, getting involved in internet governance, to me almost feels like the highest form of digital inclusion, when we get beyond using it, when we get beyond simply exploiting the internet, into actually becoming people who shape it and making sure that the internet works in a way that really works for people. So I hope that sort of as a reflection, that sort of helps here. I hope it's a reflection that sort of resonates with people and makes sense to people. And that I can certainly say, certainly from IFA's point of view, and I'm sure from anyone else who works in libraries, this is something that we're really looking forward to working together with everyone else who sees this value, who sees this importance. Thank you. And thank you to Sarah for moderating. Thank you to Damilari, to Peter, to Ramune for taking part, for everyone, for the questions that we've received as well from the floor. Thank you very much.
the graveyard shift of the IGF. It's the end of the end. And anybody who is online with us and anybody who's here in presence, I will give props particularly to my friends here, Claudia and Maria, for being here. Thank you both as well for being here. So what is this project? This is something that I have been developing in my consultancy for the past year and a half. It is an attempt to bridge between internet governance and health. And why is that necessary? Because we attempted to make a lot of different panels at the IGF about health, and we were not finding a lot of traction. Wouldn't you say that, Ron? Were we finding your audience?
Yeah, I'd say that's the polite way of putting it. Indeed, yeah, it's one of those topics that is really, really important, but it's one of those topics that's also often so misunderstood that people aren't sure where to jump in.
Yeah, that's exactly that. So with the help of LACNIC Freedom, which is a fund from LACNIC to develop new projects, I was able to develop a bit of what I hope is a basis for us to deal with this matter. So without further delay, what is this exactly, right? What are we looking into? This is a tool that we are attempting to bridge internet governance and health. It's supposed to be a bit of a blueprint for that. And what was our scope? The LAC region, which is huge. Usually people only research Latin America, but here we added the Caribbean as well. And the goal is basically to inform policymakers on what are the approaches that can be taken. What kinds of policies can we actually engage with to work with health? And our sources are very interesting. It's a mishmash of a lot of things. So if you look here, yes, we have plenty of official sources, but for many countries in Latin America, and this is a reality in the developing world, you just have to go out there and really look for different things. So we used anything from laws and executive orders, which are very formal, all the way to communiques and even tweets from governments. So some governments in Latin America publish their policy decisions via tweets or via Facebook posts, and that had to be, at the end of the day, some of our canonic sources. And that's the kind of thing that really puts into perspective the kind of gaps that we see when it comes to health. Ron, you come from Canada. It's way more systematized, but would you say that health legislation is taken super seriously, or is it a matter that people give less importance than it should be?
Yeah, I think as we move from country to country, every nation has its own set of protocols, rules, and so forth. Unfortunately, in the global north, we're more advanced than we are in the global south. And so in the global south, we do see the situation that you're quite well aware of, where you have you're in a situation where people get on a bus and they will share with others on that bus. They have a bottle of medicine in their hands and they're willing to sell them at one tablet per person. Whereas in Canada, it's coming from a prescription environment and it's a much more controlled and organized system. But the fact is, we are really living in this, accelerated change, and technology is driven by low-cost computing. Technology is driven by access to medicines across the border that was never there before. So I think that the good news is it's moving in the right direction, but it's not necessarily moving as fast as one would like to see.
Yeah,
that's my view.
You mentioned something incredibly valid, which is exactly that. We see in some developing countries exactly the situation. People go into the bus and buy one unit of one specific medicine. It's something we see here in Africa as well. From exchanging with our friends, we've had a Nigerian specialist in medicine in one of our previous panel. So it's a situation that we see across the developing world that it's not exactly, ideal. And in our sources, this is very much reflected. How much this is too hodgepodge, how much this is strung together. It's not something that is really being taken as seriously as people's health would deserve to be taken seriously. So we started this research with 4 questions that we were hoping to answer, and I'll go through them if you don't mind. So what is the legal situation of the country regarding telemedicine? And importantly, if it is legal, who has access to that? Second question is, does the country allow the purchase of medicines using the internet? Under what circumstances? So basically, can you get on a website and order medication that you need? Third, does the country allow personal importation of medicines using the internet? Under what circumstances? And this is a topic in which my friend Ron is a specialist. It is about you getting medicine from somewhere that's not your country because A, it's cheaper, okay? Or B, because it's not legal in your country to have that medicine, even though your provider has said this is what will save your life, right? And finally, what is the price of certain key drugs in the country and how do these prices compare to other countries in the region? This is another thing that we have observed with all of this research. Sometimes you have neighboring countries with 200% difference in price, 300% difference in price for the same medicine, same compound, same maker. How come? It's medicine. Everybody needs that. People need to be saved. People need to be kept alive. And yet, why is there that difference? I wonder, Ron, if you could speak a little bit about your experience getting those medicines from Canada to the US and what does that situation look like? Because that's the developed world and it's a scary prospect. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
It's a very scary prospect because as you just said, this is happening in between nations and governments that are a little bit more further down the road in terms of having organized these things. Let's put it that way. At the end of the day, what's really frustrating is that we have two sets of rules. One set of rules that governments and administrative authorities look at in terms of what you can do and what you cannot do. And another set of rules that the gatekeepers, the internet gatekeepers, are managing on our behalf, mutual behalf, as it were. Basically, where the gatekeepers are saying, well, the rules are that you cannot advertise a Canadian pharmacy, if it's an internet pharmacy, on the US viewed websites that people would access from the United States. However, a rogue pharmacy can come in and it can put umlauts over the O and it can put a couple of dashes and accents around E's and I's, which are obviously, it's an obviously fake advertisement, and yet they're able to advertise. So we're really between a rock and a hard place here, and unless there's some kind of a agreement by the internet community, whether they be what we'll call the plumbers, the guys who provide all of the infrastructure, or whether they be on the policy side from just the community as a whole, until we get to a place where that has been developed, we're going to have this continued disparity where actually instead of doing the right thing, a lot of the gatekeepers are just allowing those advertisers, those rogue advertisers, to advertise their products. Xanax, no prescription, for example. These are really, really deadly drugs that misuse could be have quite serious impact. So it's really important that we get some traction and we get some real movement toward standards and norms on a internet basis, because once that happens, I believe that governments and administrations will follow that lead. That's my hope.
Yeah, and this is a problem in the global north. So what did we get? Based on everything that Ron just said and the research that they do in the north, what we thought was, what does this look like in the global south? Because if it's this stuff up there where it's overly regulated, there's a lot of interest in the pharma industry, how does it look in our Latin American region, right? And it's the thing, why does it matter, right? We started looking at the literature and some scary things come to be, and they're logical, but we don't think about them, right? If people need medicine and they cannot afford it, what do? They go look for cheaper alternatives, right? And you bump into this statistic, 1 in 10 medicines circulating on the internet are of inferior quality or counterfeit. So there's a 1 in 10 chance that in this search for something cheaper, they will end up with something that may seriously harm their health or kill them. So this is something that's pretty scary in my view, because we are not doing our due diligence. As Ron mentioned, there's pharmacy out there, there's rogue pharmacies. These are operations that are global, generally acting from 2 certain countries. And what do? They use every tool available in the Internet Governance Toolkit, right? They do search engine optimization. They do use the DNS, the domain name system, in a malicious way to try to get it across. Like Ron said, by changing their name slightly and pretending to be a website, by phishing credentials, all kinds of things. And at the end of the day, what do? Once they get a credential of a person, once that person is in their database, every month they come back and call the person and go like, hey, your prescription ran out. You need more. And they keep pushing this medicine that may be insufficient. It may be laced with something addictive so that the person will keep on getting only that medicine from them. Or it may be outright something poisonous. So this is not a good look, and this is why we think it matters. So what's the situation, right? In the internet governance field, every time we try to bring this topic, it doesn't attract much attention. This session is a reflection of that, but, well, we are in the graveyard shift. But broadly, there's no interest, right? People seem to look at health as if it is something minor or tangential, even though we just came out of a global pandemic. So, you know, the internet keeps growing. During the entire pandemic, it grew, and it is something we need to be looking into. At least that's our idea, or why we are doing this. So,
in fact, Mark, if I could just share that, you know, when you talk about the pandemic, we found that statistically, you know, we've watched a lot of different surveys and research coming out, and basically, you know, Americans across all demographics were purchasing medicine online during the pandemic, and in fact, they were doing it. You know, 60% were saying it was because of the convenience, and the 56% were saying it was because of cost. At the end of the day, people are going online looking for these things. There's absolutely no doubt about it. The question is, where is the source of the information they're getting? Is that a safe and trusted place or not? And so that's what we're seeing here. The pandemic really amped things up.
Yeah, and thinking about that, right? We saw a lot of miracle cures as well, websites pretending like they could cure COVID-19. We saw all kinds of stuff, didn't we?
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's like, when we stop to look and consider all these things, we looked at all of these countries which constitute most of Latin America and the Caribbean. Unfortunately, some nations in the Caribbean are so small that it's almost impossible to get data on them. But still, we went for most of it. And the results we have are pretty interesting. I will discuss them briefly, and Ron will help me out with some comments about this. So what does it look like in terms of telemedicine? After the pandemic, as you can see, a lot became legal. There's plenty of countries that approved their telemedicine laws in 2020, 2021 or something. Some were ahead of the curve and had already been making it legal for the past decade, but we still have countries to this day in which what we call the gray area. What is a gray area? You don't have specific laws. When you don't have specific laws, what happens is you don't know. The practitioner may not be safe, the doctor may not be safe, and the patient may not be safe, depending on the procedure. And this is not happening exactly only in very small countries, right? You have countries like Honduras, you know, still gray area. You have countries where we said it's mostly legal, like Ecuador. It's a major country in Latin America, mostly legal, because it appears to be legal, right? Guatemala, you know, the Guyana, it appears to be legal. But what does it mean for the patient and for the practitioner when you say that something appears to be legal? It probably means that if something goes wrong, you don't have the correct backing to actually either do this in a manner that's good for everyone, in a manner that makes sense, in a way that both parties are protected. And I think that's, you know, pretty risky. Do you have an opinion on that one, Ron?
Well, actually, I'm wondering how that. I mean, I'm impressed by the depth of research and your sources. We smiled about that before. The fact that there's not that much research that's black on white necessarily, and in files, you have to go look for it, and you find it even in tweets. But at the end of the day, I wanted to know what your general view is on the chart that you have for Latin America versus what you might see in other global South parts of the world, Africa, for example. What's your experience in that? This chart you're showing us now, is it similar, different, or something in between?
So just as a joke, I got this exact first column to try to gather data from Africa, and turns out it's even harder, which was, scary, because this honestly took a year to compile. And looking forward, looking ahead of this as a model, even charting the legality of telemedicine in Africa is looking like a massive effort. It's something that we would need to get really multiple people involved. It can't be a research as small as this one. And that's the thing. What does this look like in the developing world in general? You hit the nail in the head, right? It was difficult for Latin America. For Africa, our first pilots didn't even look like a thing. We would really need to partner with a lot of people. So it's scary, right? I'm looking at a table that's incomplete, and there's tables that may be even more incomplete, right? That's the thing. And if you look at the second one, this is the scary one for me. Local medicine purchased with the internet. So when you look at that, you will see, for example, there's a country that says straight up illegal. What that means is you log into the internet, you need a medicine, you try to purchase it, you can't. You literally are not allowed by law to do that. You have to get out of your house. What if you're elderly, immunosuppressed? What if you're locking down from COVID? What if any of that is true? Well, that's your problem. You deal with it. You're not allowed by law to do it. And we also bumped into places that are apparently illegal, and then there are, again, those gray areas. And gray areas are scary things when you think about online purchases of medicine, because who has the actual burden there, right? What are we looking into? Is it about the person who is selling? Is it the person who is receiving? Where's the responsibility there? Does the country actually guarantee anything about that medicine? Right, so when we saw so many gray areas, and those that are mostly allowed, what do we call mostly allowed? It is, we think, putting together laws, tweets, Facebook posts. It looks like it might be illegal to do it. But is that the kind of assurance we want to give people who just came out of a pandemic? There may be other pandemics, there may be all kinds of situations. Is that something that we are trying to say is a good place to be in, right? So this is one of the scariest notions that came out of this research, that over half of Latin America, we cannot say for sure that the person can go in, purchase a medicine, and call that a legal act, right? What about the people who can't? What do you think, Ron?
Well, no. Well, so this really comes back down to that core decision from a nation's point of view. Are we going to abide by a law that was written at some point in time when the internet was never as prevalent as it is today? Or are we going to abide more from a compassionate point of view? What's the more appropriate view for how we deal with our citizenry, pardon me, in a nation? And I think that it's too easy for governments, law enforcement to say, okay, here's our hard and fast rule, that's it. Because when it comes to enforcement, those officers of the law are really doing their job. But the job is, unfortunately, not keeping up with the times. And so we had a session some years ago here at IGF, and one of our panelists he asked a couple of questions. And one of them was, if I go to another country and I go into a pharmacy and I can buy medicine that I need at a lower cost, and I buy a 3-month subscription and come home, have I broken the law? have I done something really wrong? I bought the same medication that I'm being prescribed by my doctor. I've taken that into another country, and that in that country, their pharmacy has reviewed my my medical history, and then they prescribed that product for me to use for my health. Is that against the law? And then if I come across the border, is it appropriate that customs should take that away from me because under their rules, I'm not supposed to be bringing that into the country? Now, within the Canada-United States situation, a 90-day prescription of a medicine based on a prescription that's been fulfilled by a pharmacist meets all the requirements. But the fact of the matter is you still have these situations where I might order that by mail, and it may not show up in my mailbox, but it's medicine that I truly need. And as a result of that being caught in the mail because it doesn't meet arcane rules from a time where the internet was not nearly as prevalent as it is today, is really not necessarily the benchmark that we want to be pushing out to a global community. What we should be doing is establishing something that's much more standardized and provides the levels of safety and security. You talked about earlier about falsified medicines or substandard medicines. That's a really serious issue because if a doctor prescribes a specific amount of medication I should take every day, I need to take that every day if that's going to improve my health. I can't be taking something substandard thinking I'm going to find my way out of that particular circumstance. So it is really a difficult situation to address, particularly because the growing number of people buying medicine online, just like I can buy a car online. That's a serious investment, a lot of thought given to it and so forth. So I can go and find that. Why can I not get my maintenance medications? Because we're not talking about opioids here. We're not talking about medicines that need to be kept frozen for a particular period of time, those types of things. We're talking about maintenance medications, my blood pressure or whatever that might be that individuals need. So this is the tricky part that we're really dealing with right now.
Yeah, I think you hit it right in the head. Like, who has control over this? Governments, basically, because we are not discussing it. We are not pushing any kind of policy in any forum to advance these questions. So even though it is a thing that I think we have proven is important, we are not discussing it anywhere. We are not advancing the discussion of how to make this legal for everyone. And then
where the discussion is happening, Mark, if I might jump on that, pardon me for interrupting, where that conversation is happening, it's happening in a closed echo chamber. It's happening with, the FDA in the room and lobbyists in the room and a number of people in the room because they have a specific outcome that they would like to see passed in some type of legislation. But the actual consumers and those who are serving those in need of those medicines, they're not in the room to have that participate in that conversation. So it really is a closed loop that they're having that conversation in. And that's very frustrating. I think you're right that we have to find a way, but we can't find a way unless we actually have people in the room that want to find a solution as opposed to wanting to just stop all activity in terms of using the internet for application to your medicines. Just say it's all rogue is really sticking your head in the sand like an ostrich. That happens to be the current case and the current situation we live in. So I apologize for jumping on you, but it was an important point I wanted to get out.
No, that's exactly it. You correct me in the best way possible. People are discussing this. It's just not us. It's just not the people who are actually affected by it. It's basically the companies and a few legislators. So when we come to the final part of the table here, personal medicine importation, this is where things get tricky. Like this is tricky as hell, right? Like you can see that this is where the unknown starts. And this unknown is very scary because it means like literally there's no rule. So, okay, you have a disease, you have to import a medication to treat that disease. Can you? I don't know. And we literally dug very deep, right? It's not like we were doing superficial research. We were looking everywhere. And there's no law saying whether you can do that in a lot of countries, in a very vast region. And even in important countries, I'm saying like every country is important, but countries that have a massive size, there you go. You don't know. And in some of them, okay, it's allowed, but then we got thinking, what does allowed mean? Allowed is a very tricky word, right? It's incredibly tricky. You can say, yeah, this is allowed, but we started digging into how many procedures do you have to go through to be able to get that medicine. And that's when it gets super tricky. Because in some countries, okay, medium difficulty, you'll spend like 3 months going after that. In other countries, straight up, it wouldn't take less than a year, right? So you need this medicine for today. You can't afford to. This is where it becomes a social thing, because if you're rich, you can fly to the country, get the medicine, and come back. Great, you're saved. If you're even middle class, you can't exactly do that, can't you? So why don't you go to an online pharmacy and get the medicine you need delivered to you? Well, can you? Unknown, very difficult, allowed but difficult. Then it starts to get really tricky, right? Because when you look at prices here, we did some price comparison, and in some countries, and this is the Latin American region alone, right? You have a disparity of price of as much as 171% more for the same medicine, same brand, same composition, same everything. So even if it's not a medicine that's not allowed, is it really fair that somebody has to pay 171% more than their neighboring country instead of being able to just buy it from the internet, right? We have Airbnb, we have Uber, we have all of these things, but medicines are mystical. So this table is kind of the general outcome of the research, right? It's a look, and it's something that we are hoping will be able to inspire other people or even ourselves to look into other places. Ron asked the question right. What does this look like in Africa? That's a big, big question we have. Through the entire week, we've been asking people from the region, like, do you know about this? And the answer is generally, no, I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know my rights. Can't I? Like, these are questions that we are not asking, and that's why we feel that this is an important research that maybe can be replicated in other places.
The market research is that in terms of pricing, there's always the interesting aspect that one can address and say, well, you know, every market has its own price tolerance. Therefore, you know, a Mercedes-Benz that I buy in Germany versus a Mercedes-Benz that I buy in Miami, Florida versus a Mercedes-Benz I buy when I'm in Brazil. Each market has its own issues, obviously, in the sense of emissions and, you know, various aspects that might be with that vehicle. But the vehicle itself is the same car. And so you would wonder about market pricing, and you say, okay, I can understand that perhaps it might be a little less to buy that car in Brazil because that economy might be not as hot as the US economy, as an example. So therefore, the same car might cost $20,000 more in the United States than it does in Brazil. So I can understand that dynamic of pricing. But, you know, when it comes to medicine, medicine is, you know, it's chemical compounds put together. There's not a lot of different elements that one might put into the pills in Brazil versus the pills in Canada. And that is the point, right? That's the point, whether or not, you know, the affordability of medicines or the availability of medicines. So I think it's really important what you're touching on here. It's not just about access, it's about the cost. Because I may be able to buy it in my country, but the price is just so outrageous I can't afford it. And that's why I'm going across or going outside of my country to get it. Now, I shouldn't have to physically do that. I shouldn't have to take my person outside the country to do it. I should be able to go online and figure out how to do that in a more safe way.
Yeah, or in other words, does the suffering of someone from a country, does a person suffer less in a country than the other for not having a medicine?
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
They
don't, obviously.
Right? Is their suffering like somehow cheaper or more expensive? That's the real question, right? And when thinking about that, right, how do we bring this into internet governance? This is where the academic part starts. But I'll try not to make it boring because it's rather simple. There's this area called health policy and systems research, and it's surprisingly similar to internet governance, like way more than you would think. They're all about multi-stakeholder collaboration and all the things that we talk about here. It's the same for them. They talk about crossing lines. They talk about including policymakers, stakeholders, industry. And, you know, in doing that research, you just start to see that there's another multi-stakeholder field that's also much like ours, that could be intersecting with ours, but it isn't. Why? Well, I will venture to say nobody's trying, so this is the attempt, right? They are essentially very similar, and they fall into this thing that we call like the polycentric systems of governance, which is basically what we do here, right? We have competing interests, but at some point we have to bring them together. We have to make those interests meet so that we can actually progress. And that's the thing. If we have two fields that are so similar, there are potentially ways to approach them. There are potentially ways to make them work as a single thing. It's just not being done. It's just not being researched. So where do we start, right? We thought of 3 points where we could start from. So access to telemedicine and telehealth, that's good. For those of you who don't know the distinction, telemedicine is like you get into the phone and your doctor talks to you, and telehealth is you perform the entire kind of consultation, the entire thing, the entire procedures on the internet or online or digitally. Also the sale of medicines through online pharmacies, and something that's more common every day, which is the exchange of medical data. All of those fields, very viable to research, but as we were talking, the matter of rogue pharmacies just stands out a lot, right? It's very tangible, right? It's very tangible. We have these actors using the internet to sell very bad things, usually to elderly people. That's usually their targets for their scams. And this doesn't look like something that we would find very allowable, right? It's not the kind of thing that we would think to ourselves, yeah, let's use the internet for that. So why exactly are we not combating that? Why exactly are we being so lenient with these actors? I don't see a reason for that. I don't see exactly why we are not being more combative against them, because they make use of all of the things that we are trying to protect here, the DNS system, the IP system, everything that we're fighting to do, they make use of that. They sell from their country to another country. So in terms of jurisdiction, they are sure being able to do in transnational sale of medicines that are theoretically legal, but here they're doing really in an illegal manner. And they're rich, right? They have a lot of money. There's a lot of money behind that. So if you shut down like one, they can spawn another one the next day, easy. That's no problem for them. That's the kind of pattern we see. Even if we try very hard to shut down like this online pharmacy, we know it's rogue. It's selling people very bad stuff. Okay, we take them down, next day, new one. Doesn't matter. To them, it's just it's more of a game, right? So the key thing here is you would think this is done in secret, but it's not. That's one of the most worrisome things from our research. 40% of the traffic that these websites receive comes from search engines. Google, Bing, Yahoo, Baidu. So it's not like people are exactly going out of their way to find something secret or find some secret club or going to the darknet. No, no, no. They look up on Google and they find the pharmacy and get there. Is that what we want? I don't think it is what we want. It's just a matter of this subject is not talked about seriously or systematically, and we end up with this blind spot where we're just not discussing these questions, right? And here comes like the big diagram. And here, if people want to start chatting back to us, this is a good point to start chatting back to us. What is this, right? This is an oversimplification of what things look like. But I guess you can kind of follow it. Here's the seller. He's trying to peddle his illegal drugs. If it is on the darknet or on crypto, we're screwed. We have no governance over that. But lucky for us, they're using Google, right? They're using the web. So it's not like that really matters for us right now. So you have the platforms, and those are complicated because apps like TikTok is now the go-to in terms of apps, right? People buy fentanyl, which is an opioid. They buy opioids through TikTok. And, you know, the company behind it doesn't seem to care that much. How do we actually affect the policies around that? How do we tell them, hey, you probably shouldn't be allowing the sale of opioids in your platform? Do we have a mechanism to do that? Potentially, right? These are the points of intervention where this research would lead towards. How do we intervene in a platform, right? This is something that I think it's still a little uncharted for us as a community. We still don't know that, right? But this line above it, this one we kind of know. This is kind of in our wheelhouse. So IP addresses, DNS, registry, registrar, host, web, and email, right? This is the kind of things that we're discussing here. They are structural to this problem. And there are multiple points where we can act. So out of fun, Ron, where would you start acting in the chain? Like, what would be your kind of starting point?
Out of fun. I wish it were out of fun, but the reality is that my experience has seen that it's the gatekeepers, and when I say gatekeepers, I'm talking about the platforms, whether they be TikTok or whether they be Google or others, Instagram, whether these guys would follow a path that would be a path that's to the betterment of society, or they're happy to follow the path of least resistance. And the path of least resistance is basically following along with Section 230 that's existing in the United States legislation now, that basically says that none of the gatekeepers are responsible for anything that shows up on their sites, on their platform. That's an oversimplification of that legislation, but that's the reality of it, is that they have nothing that can be done to them that is detrimental. So we are seeing that creation of new associations of all of the various parties in the chain of distribution of medicines coming together with very philosophical names, associations for safe online pharmacy and these types of things, who are really just trying to stay very close to Section 230 and make sure that none of that gets tampered with, because that's the path they've been able to skirt all of these issues on until now. Coming back to your chart, the issue, the DNS is, as I've come to understand over this last couple of years, in particular with all of the research that we're talking about, DNS abuse, it's a very specific structure. And sometimes it's like, the way it's explained to me is, looking at the DNS and trying to solve the abuse problem with registries and registrars is kind of taking a sledgehammer to pound in a thumbtack. It's really, the wrong tool for the wrong place. But I think it's at the hosting level that you're going to find much more capability to reach out to the rogue actors, to the bad actors at the hosting level, and not shut the whole website down, but take them offline until whatever the egregious behavior has been addressed. So for me, it's at the hosting provider level where we should be, going in with the scalpel, not taking the sledgehammer to pound in the attack at the DNS level, at the DNS stack level. That's how I see it.
Does our audience have any opinion? Does anybody have an opinion on this? I know it's a tough question, but does anybody have any ideas on how to deal with this?
I was wondering, thanks, Mark. Claudio Lucena, Paraíba State University. Thanks a lot for all this enlightenment, Ron. I was looking here. You have a stakeholder, you have a roadmap of where to act, but it not necessarily tells us who should act connected with that stakeholder, and that was what I was curious about. It could have been within the research, but I clearly noticed it's not in the scope of which stakeholders would be more interested or more likely or more well-structured to act. but I not having an opinion about the map itself you have, but adding a question: who would be the right stakeholder to act, whatever whatever box you decide to start from? Sorry to give the question back.
No. Would anybody like to add any question or comment on top of Claudio's? Okay, I'll take that as yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Dr. Lasisi Salami Lawal. I'm from Nigeria. Quite interesting. I just want to share with all that you have. I want to appreciate all that you have shared with us here today. And Nigeria as a country has been trying to embrace issues concerning telemedicine. As a matter of fact, I'm a research winner of ITU on Connect to Recover, where we conducted action research on telemedicine to help fast-track United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 3. It's about health for all. And looking at the digital divide in Africa and looking at the issues of the fact that we're just less than 8 years away from, the SDG goal. We feel those goals can be achieved without components of e-medicine, e-health, telemedicine. So we did a lot in the last 6 months, and also made recommendations to policies. Recommendations and policies to government to bring about framework and all of that to actually inculcate and adopt telemedicine, right from even teaching hospitals, which is absent. You see, young doctors, they know nothing about telemedicine. So I think I would want to partner with your team to begin to see issues of framework, policies, regulations, standards that we could adopt or recommend for our environment and in general, Africa. Thank you so much for all that you've done. Thank you.
Not only thank you very much, but one of the key people who were kind of fundamenting this with us is exactly from Nigeria. She's a specialist in medicines in Nigeria, and she kind of got us very inspired to start looking into this question. So it's actually very fortuitous that you are here today, because it is kind of where we got the idea, but I kind of started from my region. I'm like, okay, I'll see here first. But clearly from everything she brought to us, all the experience that she brought to us, we're like, okay, this is a bit of a problem. This is a bit of a problem, right? Like we as the Global South are not ready in the same way that the Global North is, but not in the questions that we're usually talking about. It's not like, oh, access to this and that. No, it's about this basic thing called health that we just got hammered by this past few years. So this is actually fortuitous. And answering to Professor Claudio, that's exactly the thing that we were hoping we would find out. Where do we go with this? And as one of our researcher friends would say, how does Arya put it, Ron? Who's the
convener?
Who's the
Who is the
convener?
convener?
Thank
Who's
you.
the convener?
Exactly. Who's the convener? Right? And we spent 2 years researching that, and the answer is, if we want that answer, we have to do way more research. That's the thing about this incipient field of trying to bring health and internet together. We found out that people are so uninterested in this, and this is what's scary. This is why we're trying to bring this to the IGF, because we're like, okay, somebody must have answered this, and the answer is no. and it's super difficult when you have to consider the fact that the research is so incipient that we don't have a mechanism. We can't go to the WHO. We tried to look, okay, the WHO, right? World Health Organization seems like a good place. No, they don't deal with internet. They barely understand the internet exists. Scary, very scary. You go like, oh, governments. Then we bump into the table that we were showing, in which some governments don't even have legislation for the sale of medicines. Okay, this is getting tricky. Okay, maybe we go talk to ICANN. There's absolutely no discussion over at ICANN about these rogue pharmacies that are actually murdering people. They're literally murdering people. No discussion there. Where do we look, right? The IGF is great because we get to socialize these issues, which is good. But the next step, the next question is, how do we bring this to these different forums? That's the part that is so interesting, but at the same time, very, daring. We have a big community here. We can intervene on all sorts of levels, right? I wonder if my tech friends could project very small the table here and me, or me and the table, and me. Thank you very much. if there can be me and the table, would be great, but let me not tax you too much. So we can even do this at the IP address level. There are IP blacklists out there that act on the borders of the ASs, but then this is super easy for them to overcome. They just get it's whack-a-mole, right? They use the DNS to just call for another IP. So here we're kind of screwed. At the DNS level, that's more interesting, right? The main names are more interesting because they have to keep them alive for a bit. In our research, we found out they keep them alive for like a week to 2 weeks. The ones that stay very long, it's like 2 months. So that's the frame of action that we have to actually take these pharmacies down. It's a very, very small frame for us to take them down. So if we were to work here, the registry, who are the owner of the domain, so the .orgs of the world, they usually don't deal with this. Who would we deal with? It's these guys here, right? Registrars and hosts. They're more here, right? They're more here. If we learn to start complaining fast and effectively to them, potentially we can accomplish something. But do we have a framework for that? We don't. So that's where advancing internet governance and health system policy research together starts to bear fruit. We can start bringing evidence to these players so that it never gets to this part, so that we don't have to worry about when it goes to search engines, websites, CDNs, email, spam, right? When it gets there, it's already kind of late. We're already kind of lost. We need to stop them as they're doing these actions. But that would require massive coordination, massive will. So am I here to bring the solution? No, I'm not here to bring the solution. I'm here to bring a table. I'm here to bring a table. I'm just a researcher, right? I just want to point out that things are very unknown for us in this field yet. We need to start looking at this more systematically, and hopefully, through the next few years. I currently serve as a GNSO counselor at ICANN. I have been trying to advance those issues there. Hopefully we can do a little more. Hopefully some of you who are players in the industry can do a little bit more. Come talk to me. This is supposed to be like something for us to talk about, just kind of expose this research for the first time. And I would like to know if there are any more interventions, questions, or jokes. I'm taking jokes as well.
Sorry to disappoint, Mark. I don't have a joke for you. Jennifer Chung, I guess, speaking as .Asia. I think I do agree with what Ron said earlier. I mean, as a registry, we have the bluntest instrument. We're not able to do it. We just take it down. And if you're looking at, as you pointed out in the flow chart, if you're starting the action at the registrar level, it really does depend on the jurisdiction that they're in. If the laws in that jurisdiction doesn't allow them to act, it's very difficult for them to act. Our registrar friends need a court order or some legal framework for them to be able to act. It's very difficult to ask them to act as judge, jury, and executioner in these matters. I do agree that it does take a lot of different stakeholders to coordinate. It's a shame that we don't have a current framework, but as you said, this is the forum where you start to kind of socialize this idea and get people to take notice. It's a shame also that the WHO doesn't understand the internet. They should. I have a question for you now after that comment. I noticed that your table does contain a lot of information for the LAC region. Are you looking to expand your research to other jurisdictions and other regions? Because Asia Pacific region has a lot of very gray areas, especially, certain cultures have traditional medicines that also operate in a very gray area, and they do, sell things online and that may not be completely legal. So just a question about your research and next steps.
Thank you for dovetailing into the perfect question. Yes, we are looking for partners to keep this going. Right, a simple answer. LACNIC was very kind to give us the funds to get this pilot started. They really believed in us when nobody else was even believing in this. So we're really thankful that LACNIC got us the seed funding so that we could try to prove that, yes, there is a debate involving health and the internet. It is a thing, right? Like, it seems obvious, but you would be befuddled by the amount of no's that we got. We got years of no's before we got somebody to believe in us. Are there other actors out there who would want to keep this going, take this to their region? That would be beautiful. So if any of you in here or online know of any actor that would like to at least talk about that, yes, we would be very happy to move this forward, because we just proved that it kind of exists. This is a thing. Now, where do we go from here? What do you think, Ron? Where do we go from here?
Well, there's two things. And I also see Tim Smith from the Canadian International Pharmacy Association has his hand up, so we can probably look to him to get some clear information. But I wanted to just say I'm very hopeful at this point in time that we actually will start to put some meat on the bones, as they say, on this topic, because everyone's clear on the technical abuse of the DNS, and now we're also talking about the content abuse much more clearly than we've ever spoken before. And so I'm hopeful that with all of this general move towards it, internet and jurisdiction are moving in this direction, other major players are moving in this direction to try to actually start coming up with a set of rules by which all the internet players will live and work and act, as opposed to waiting for legislations all around the world to harmonize laws on this very topic. So I'm very hopeful that we actually are, at this period in time, moving in the right direction. And hopefully within a year or two, we might actually see some meat on the bone, some standards, some norms that everyone can agree with from an internet community point of view, saying all these rules make sense, they're more compassionate, they're more understanding of the situation. And once we get there, I think that we'll see government administrations start to modify their rules to adapt what we as the internet community have come up with. That's my hope. Anyway, I wanted just to make that comment, and I did see Tim's hand was up, and I know we're coming close on time, so I just mentioned those two things, Mark. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ron. Ron has been a great mentor and a great supporter of this research. And Tim, please.
Thanks very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. Well, and I know we're getting short on time. Ron just touched on the issue of DNS abuse, and I don't want to go too far down that rabbit hole. Although, when you take a look at your chart and the different levels of where the issue could be addressed, there is a lot of discussion, of course, within the ICANN world about malicious and compromised domains, and I guess. If a domain is being used for selling bad drugs, falsified and substandard, as we might want to call them, then that might involve intervention at a different level, perhaps at the registrar level. If it's a matter of a compromised domain where a page on a website is being compromised to try to market falsified and substandard drugs, that may be more at the hosting level. Also trademark violation, which is something that we find ourselves faced with from time to time, where somebody has taken our trademark, a trusted trademark, and tried to misuse misuse it. That might be appropriately addressed at the hosting level. So I think you have different types of issues that need to be mapped out as well. But I think probably the first issue that needs to be dealt with, and I think back to the slide that you had early on, Mark, where you defined what you call a rogue pharmacy. And there's a whole bunch of different criteria that you throw into being a rogue pharmacy. And I think the first step is to determine what is it that you're trying to permit, which is access to safe and affordable medicines, and what is it you're trying to restrict, which is the ability for marketers of falsified and substandard and counterfeit drugs. So I think you need to take a step back and first define that clearly, what it is you're trying to address before you get to who is it that actually takes action. So I hope that you're going to make that distinction, because there are parties such as my organization, the Canadian International Pharmacy Association, that provides what Ron described earlier as a compassionate service for people who can't access or afford the medications where they live. So it very much needs to be defined in many ways as you proceed in your research. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. For those not in the know, Tim is like a guru in this area, so it's a pleasure in itself to have him. Thank you so much for that, Tim. Yeah, I think you're absolutely correct. The matter of definition is so tough, especially considering that there are areas in which thousands of people are involved and we don't have good definitions. Never mind one that's so incipient, but it's definitely something we need to be working together on. We have another floor comment here.
Thank you. Just a little contribution to what my colleague here just said. And as a satellite provider, satellite operator and service provider in Africa, I know there's a lot that can be done from registry level in addressing the issue of online rogue pharmacy, considering from the backdrop of what we do with end users when it comes to copyright violations, IP, and all of that with Afrinic. Afrinic is the regional continental registrar for number resources in Africa. So we liaise and get our public IP and number resources from there. We escalate a lot in tracing and getting to know who violates issues of copyright. I think the same can be extended to issues of rogue online pharmacy. So on that note, not just I'm looking at not just ICANN, we can also just extend this to regional, number resource managers and see how we can come up with framework. So like you said, for us as a satellite operator, we're also trying to promote digital health via satellite. We call it S for DH, which is satellite for digital health. So that's why I want to be willing to see what we can do to extend what the good work you're doing to Nigeria in particular, because to be honest, I didn't see any data on Nigeria, and I'm not comfortable with that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, we do have to wrap up, but I hope that at least this was enlightening to anybody who was here. At least this got you thinking a little bit more about these subjects. We hope to keep producing research. Any data can be found. Basically, reach me on LinkedIn. I have a very, very difficult name, so you can find it out on the session name. And feel free to reach out if you have any kind of questions. We want to keep advancing this with people who are interested. You don't need to be a big player. We just want people who kind of care, like who say, hey, maybe we should be dealing with this. Maybe we don't want our grandparents to be buying fake medicine laced with opioids. Maybe that's really evil and we want to stop that somehow, right? So before I close, I want to thank very much our friends from tech support back there. It's very late. They have been working all week and they still put a great presentation for us. Thank you so much for the help. It's very appreciated, all your hard work. Thank you for everyone who was here. I know it's late. I know it's the end of the event, but each and everyone here counts. And thank you very much to Ron, my great mentor, has been working so much. Thanks to Tim, everyone who was online and everyone who was here. Thank you very much, and I hope you have a pleasant end of your IGF, and see you soon.
Thanks, everyone. Safe travels home.